Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Back live on a Monday. I hear everybody calling it Victory Monday.
Yeah.
I assume that's because everybody remembers those old Victory Auto Wreckers commercials from the 80s.
Nailed it. That's exactly what it is. It has nothing to do with...
Well, I'll tell you what, those were a lot of fun.
Actually, don't know what those are.
Chicago commercial.
Yeah.
Therein lies the joke. Right out of the gate.
Yeah.
I'm killing it. Nailing it. The kids call it killing the game. Hey, my name is Alan Cox. Thank you, for better or worse, for listening. Showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys, but not on Facebook.
Nailed it. Yeah, right? Oh, whatever will we do? Oh, no. Hey, Mary Santora's out all week. Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people. And what's wrong with Facebook? What's going on?
Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, they've all been down for a while.
For like over an hour.
Oh,
Longer
that's
than
why.
that. Yeah.
See, I thought someone blocked me because there was this cute guy that posted a picture. I was like, oh, I forgot he was my friend on Facebook. And I clicked on his profile and it was blank. I was like, hey! I was like, I immediately thought he was the only person I went to, so it didn't pop up for anybody else. So I just assumed that he blocked me.
Maybe he did. Maybe it's
that's
two
right.
things.
They're not mutually exclusive. Yeah. Perhaps he picked the perfect time to do it. He thought, well, under cover of moonlight, I'll just... Now, why would he have cause to block you?
Because I'm creeping on his profile.
And he can see if that happens?
No, he can't, but I sometimes accidentally like a lot of his photos at once.
I'll tell you what, I hate that.
I know.
You are the worst kind of follower. I'll see people like, I'm like, oh, I got a new follower on Instagram. They go through and they like 5-year-old photos.
From 2015.
I mean, God bless you from digging through. I guess if you've got an extra hour and you want to dig through all my old photos. But when one person likes a bunch of like old photos, it's just, that is creepy. That's creepy.
It's only when I see a hot guy, I'm like, oh, I didn't even know this guy followed me or I was friends with him. So, like, sometimes I just accept people. And I accepted them because they were cute. And I forgot about them. So when they pop up, I'm like, ooh, let me go to his profile. How did I miss this hidden gem? And I immediately see if there's any shirtless photos. And sometimes there's shirtless progress photos. He's like, okay, back in 2017, this is what I used to look like.
And they're chubby and then they're getting fit.
And I like them along the way because I'm like, ooh, nice progress. And so it looks like I was just liking all his shirtless photos on his feed.
But you were liking all of his shirtless photos.
But I was admiring his progress. I just didn't want to leave a comment because that would be too creepy.
You didn't want to, admiring your progress. Yeah, that would be extra creepy. Admiring your progress.
I looked at all your photos back from 2015, and I just want to let you know that I'm commenting on this. I didn't like them all, but I appreciate your progress.
Yeah.
Thanks for the eye candy and posting that.
Yeah. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, but Facebook and WhatsApp and Instagram, they're all under the same umbrella there. And a day after the Facebook whistleblower talks to 60 Minutes. Did you watch any of that?
Yeah, I watched. I just saw that clip where
she's
talking about how when you are sharing things, kind of what we've talked about from time to time, but if you're sharing things, they want you to use aggressive language that's going to get people fired up, so they're going to argue, and that's what they will put out there. And they're talking about how people running for office are like, we don't want to put this stuff out there, but that's the only way we can
making people mad is how you get them engaged.
Exactly.
Yeah. And again, other than being privy to maybe the specifics of things like this, getting a first-person account from someone on the inside of Facebook, I guess the details are provocative. But this is not new information to anyone. This isn't a shock or a surprise to anyone. They're like, what did this woman say? She goes, when faced with the choice between what's good for the public and what's good for Facebook, Facebook would always go with what's good for them. Yes, because that's what any company does. Yes, especially a social media company. They just wanted to make money. Well, yes. And millions of people want to be radicalized. They want to actively radicalize themselves. And so that's what makes a lot of money, is making people mad. You don't make money off of the only guy to ever make money off good news was John Krasinski. He had this thing, during the pandemic, the Good News Network, and he had his kids crayon a little sign, but even he got nailed for kind of being cynical because he ended up selling it to somebody.
Yeah, because he sold it, made a big wad of cash, and then it hasn't been a thing since.
I haven't seen anything on it since John Krasinski kind of was doing his own thing. But yeah, he CBS or somebody wrote him a check and threw it over on their streaming service or something. But
that's funny.
He was the last guy to make any money off good news, boy. But again, this is not. The specifics might be new information in the most technical sense. But, they're like, she goes, the algorithm intentionally shows people things to make them angry because that's what causes the most engagement, and that's what turns into advertising dollars for Facebook. That is no shock to anyone.
But that's exactly what got me off Facebook. I still will post things there, but I don't scroll Facebook whatsoever.
No. I go to our show page to make sure everything's running and everything's where it should be. I'll see what friends of mine have a birthday. I'll leave them a note. If I see my sister or my mom.
Someone left us a comment that was paragraphs and paragraphs. I didn't even read it. I just saw...
About me talking about capitalism and...
Yeah, I don't know what he was...
Well, somebody,
and then he messaged us, too, and I still didn't read that.
Again, the easiest way to get through to me is just call the show, and we'll hash it out. Some of these people, they do everything but talk to me directly, and that makes me think that that makes me think that you're unserious from the jump, because, they'll send a message through the MMS message thing, and then those get forwarded to me from Jason, and then they'll put something on our Facebook page, and that's all fine, but you're not going to get any interaction from me. I mean, if you want to call the show, that is obviously the best way to hash out any issue you've got.
We're not trying to do that stuff off air. We're trying to do it here.
Yeah. If it didn't happen here, it didn't happen. I'm always happy to get messages from people on Facebook or whatever. People are like, hey, what was that song or whatever. That's all fine, but somebody who wants to do some deep dive, you got to call me here.
One thing I enjoyed quite a bit this weekend was lots of people were tagging me and sending me videos of them playing hot nuts at bars.
I saw one.
I saw a few, and people aren't really reacting to it, but it's still fun to see. I think we just got to keep it going. You just got to keep playing the hot nuts on the touch tunes. And we'll get the reaction eventually.
I think it's more fun to not get a reaction. I like a room full of people with hot nuts playing while they're watching
that's good
football
too.
Game or something, and no one's reacting. That is what I like, because we all know, and it's for us.
Yeah,
really, it's not. But yeah, once word got around that you could play hot nuts on those Wi-Fi jukeboxes, you just play them from anywhere, whether you're there or not. Yeah, I only saw one post that we all got tagged in. I enjoyed that very much.
Yeah, someone sent me one on Snapchat, and they were playing it at the Lakewood Dog Park, and I thought that was a funny place to do it. Because that's a lot of people.
Wait, there's a jukebox at the Lakewood Dog Park?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because it's got the inside bar part.
Oh, I've never been there. I don't know.
It'll play over the speaker system. It's a great place. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, so it's not just outside.
Truck park. I'm sorry. It's the Lakewood Truck Park.
Oh, the food truck park.
Yes, the food truck park.
I've seen that.
I'm sorry, but I always think of it as the dog park because you can bring dogs there.
Gotcha.
So...
Sure.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to have your dog next to open food?
It's a great time, Alan. You have your dog next to your food.
Huh?
You have your dog in the house when you're eating food.
She's not sitting next to me, though.
Right, but the dogs are on the ground and you're at tables.
I sequester her in another. And I don't subject other people to her either. No, I put her in another room because she'll just sit there by my chair staring at me. I'm like, you act like we never feed you. That's what dogs do, though.
They're like,
give me
well,
some of that.
You never feed me that.
Give me some of
That's
that.
what I want. I got this kibble over here, and it's trash. I want what you're eating.
Oh, it's good.
It's trash.
Most dogs should be taken care of as well as I take care of my dog. No, because you can't mix up your dog's food. You know what I mean?
I
like
know.
that makes them, makes them all squirty, and that's no
makes
good.
it makes for a soft stool.
If you're lucky, it makes for a soft stool. Otherwise, you got a diarrhea sprinkler in the back 40, and that's no good either. So yeah, this Whistleblower. And again, if you didn't, not a lot of people watch 60 Minutes. I don't watch it as frequently as I used to. I was watching the fourth quarter of the Browns game. But if you saw any of... Huh?
The fourth quarter of the Browns game was over well before 60 Minutes.
No, I know. I'm just saying 60 Minutes wasn't on my radar because I was just kind of in that mode. And I don't tape 60 Minutes. You know, it's not recorded on Hulu or anything. But when something gets a lot of coverage, I'll kind of peek in on it. And again, this woman who worked for Facebook for a few years, and there was a story coming out that there was going to be a whistleblower, and then she went public and whatever. And she's like, look, I love Facebook. I want to save Facebook. It's not because I'm trying to be vindictive or I hate people or whatever. She's like, I'm trying to save this company that I love and that I blah, blah, blah. But I don't think there was anything new that she, maybe, like I said, the details were interesting and they were, tantalizing or whatever. But the big picture shocks no one, She's like, yeah, Facebook had a hand in the insurrection. Yes, we know. Everybody knows this, right? We know. Political parties in Europe ran negative ads because it was the only way to reach people on Facebook. So the bottom line is, the more negative you are, the more people like it. That's what people love. Because our brains, this stuff came along too fast. Any kind of social media, anything that allows you unfettered access to millions of people, our brains aren't wired for that. We're not set up for it. It's really no one's fault. We're just not set up for it. We haven't evolved to that point where we can handle that much open communication. We just can't.
No, it's not good. And and it's been proven time and time again that it's not good.
But again, Facebook still, as I understand it, fully voluntary for you to be on it as much as you like or as little as you like, to even sign up for one. I always think about, are there people still signing up for Facebook today?
It has to be old people.
Well,
or
Facebook,
people who weren't old enough to have one.
Well, but Facebook over the years has been skewing old because the kids get on like WhatsApp or Snapchat or TikTok or whatever. So Facebook is largely now, you might have noticed because most of the posts are from your aunt. Facebook is largely the domain of the olds now, but I think that's the natural progression of things. When something's been around a long time, more and more people get on it, and then it becomes less cool and whatever.
I am so over Snapchat. Like, people always ask me, like, dude, what's your Snapchat? I haven't been on Snapchat since, 2016.
Do you tell them that that's your handle? I haven't been on Snapchat since 2016.
No, remember it was Cody_Black69.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So people,
forgot about that. That used to be one of your plugs.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get a...
Find me on Snapchat at Cody_Black69. Nice.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get rid of your Snapchat. So I'm sure it's probably still there. So I'm sure I still pop up when it says search your contacts.
I mean, you can delete your account.
Yes, you can.
I don't think I did. I think I just deleted the app because I forgot the password, and I was getting way too many D-pics, in abundance.
Sure.
So,
well, it's 69. I mean, you're going to draw people in.
Yeah, it was my fault. That's why I stopped using it.
Your fault.
It wasn't professional for the show, and I had it in college.
Mm-hmm. Like Erica's high school email, was it sexy pink face or something?
Show me shoulder or something.
No, that was her band, but she had sexy pink sky 69 or I don't know, whatever.
I never did anything embarrassing like that punk hardcore XX.
Yeah,
whatever.
right. Gazebo LVR 69.
Well, Gazebo came later. Well, my Snapchat is still up and running. It's at Hugo Butt.
Oh, there you go. Hugo Butt. I forgot about that. I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, I will have tickets for you all week. If you want to get to Columbus for that Ghost and Volbeat show, we'll get you set up to see Tool next spring at the Romo Fijo. And I got some passes for Carnival of Horrors if you're down Canton Way later on, too. 35192 to text, and we'll be back after these.
That's it.
WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. I think we're still trying to figure. We've got our own DNS problems.
Yeah, right.
In Poundcake's studio, they're still trying to figure out.
No, everything's perfect. Everything's fine.
Oh, good.
Just fine.
800-348-1007 if you want to join us on that number. 35192 if you want to send a text. And AlanCoxShow.com. I was reading over some messages from people who work for Facebook and Instagram, WhatsApp, and they said that their network issues over there are pretty bad, that people who work there can't even get into the conference rooms because they're all on the same network. And I'll tell you what, that seems like an overestimation of how secure your network is if you can't get into the conference rooms because your website is down. Whatever.
I just can't help but think that these platforms, they have the little icon that says like send money. You're putting your credit card information, all these little farm games. All our information's in there, and these people can't even get into like their conference room. How secure is that? How do we know this isn't just a hack?
We don't. I don't know anything along those lines. Not sure. But I guess we'll find out. Your Cleveland Indians ended the season, first losing season in a long time, by the way, since I think the Manny Acta days. I'd only been here a couple of years when Tito Francona came to town. But they got a couple of licks in with the last series against Texas. I got a nice photo from one of our bureau chiefs in The Colony, Texas, which is suburban Dallas. She sent a photo of her and her family repping the Indians at that last game against the Texas Rangers. So that was nice to see. I think 82 and 84 is how they ended the season there with the Indians. And then the end of March is going to be Guardians opening day, and I'm sure that there will be no shortage of as much, what she told me actually, because I had been wondering aloud if they were going to make any kind of deal, if they were going to make any kind of big deal about the end of the Indians era there in Texas, even though it was an away game. And from what she said, they did not. So whether or not there was any kind of nod to it during the game, I don't know. But she said there didn't seem to be any kind of, they didn't seem to call any attention to the significance of it in Texas. And so then we wait for March 31st. That'll be a Guardians opening day. That's a Thursday here at home. And Cavs basketball in short order begins here on WMMS tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Cavs preseason basketball. They'll be in Chicago, Illinois to play the Bulls at the United Center. And so 8 o'clock is your tip-off tomorrow night here on WMMS with your pregame get going around 7:30. Are there any any wild predictions for the Cavaliers this season that you'd like to lay on us, Bill?
I think they'll make the playoffs. I think that's...
Is that a Dick from Dayton type prediction, or is that a semi well figured out?
I mean, I think it's somewhere in between.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
it's a hopeful prediction, but I think they could sneak in there 7 or 8.
All right. So preseason basketball begins tomorrow night. Their home opener, regular season, is going to be on the 22nd against the Hornets. So regular season starts 2 nights prior. They'll play the Memphis Grizzlies in Tennessee. But tomorrow night, Cavs basketball here on MMS, live from Chicago at 8 o'clock here on the Buzzard. That's very exciting. And then we get the Monsters home opener coming up.
Yeah, that's the 22nd, I
yeah,
believe, for that
nothing to worry about. Come on. Andrew Wiggins got the vaccine.
Good for him.
Good for him. Kyrie Irving, who knows?
Not there yet.
Steve Nash goes, I don't know. He asking me for. But Andrew Wiggins, who makes considerably less money than Kyrie Irving, said,
but still a lot.
Yes, of course, 6 figures a game. Yes,
Yeah.
he ain't making no $480,000 a game like Kyrie, but
$30 million a season.
A lot of money.
Man, that's crazy.
Steve Kerr said Andrew Wiggins got vaccinated, so he's available for home games. So we'll see. But who knows what happens? People were asking how the Hilarities shows went this weekend.
They were fantastic. You came out on Friday.
I was at the first one. I went to the early show on Friday. Yep.
It was a good time. It's always nice to be at Hilarities. Nick Griffin, absolutely great. And then so many customers that were there, and a lot of them they're just like, oh, we didn't know you were going to be here, but we're happy that we got to see you.
We didn't know you were going to be here.
Well, you know,
Well,
when
that's nice,
you're not
too.
the headliner, it's
Sure.
not necessarily like unless you go to my social media every day, which I
Right.
didn't even promote it super hard, but I had mentioned it on this show from time to time. So it was nice to meet a lot of those people. And what did you think of everything?
I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good time. I hadn't seen Nick Griffin in a long, long time.
He's
so
great.
Chatted with him a little bit after the show, and yeah, we had a great time.
And got to hang out with Nick. I love Nick. He's always got different stories to tell me, and just the best. I love that place. It's home away from home, and then the food. Did you get any food?
Didn't get any food.
You didn't
Nope.
get any food at Hilarities?
Nope.
Gotta get food at
Well, it took me
Hilarities.
40 minutes to get my drink, so I go, well, I'm not going to press my luck. So I said, we'll have a couple of G&Ts. Gwen met me downtown. She didn't get there till about 7:45. It took a long time. Apparently, Ubers were in short supply. So, it was.
Ubers are real tough to find right now.
What's that?
Ubers are very tough to
Are
find.
they still tough to
Are
find?
they?
Yeah, I feel like, I mean...
I only use one
at
once in a blue
certain
moon.
times, like when you're trying to get downtown during primetime hours, it can be a pain in the butt.
I guess. I mean, she waited 25 minutes for her. I mean, because I didn't think to check her trip on the Uber app, and so I'm texting her like, "Is everything okay?" Like, oh, But she finally made it down, and it's a good time. Love Hilarities.
So you guys missed...
When did they stop pulling the curtain, or when did they start pulling the curtain?
Oh, they haven't had that curtain over there in, I don't want to say like 5 or 6 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I haven't seen the curtain over in a long time because they built part of the stage out.
Yeah.
And then they haven't pulled the curtain.
I don't know that. I mean,
time.
I've been there. I've been there more recently than that, and I didn't remember the corner being exposed.
Yeah, the corner's been exposed for, I would say, I can't remember the last time they pulled the curtain.
Okay. Well, anyway, if
It'd
you
be
haven't been to
years.
Hilarities in a while and you're into exposed, well-lit corners, they've got a great one on stage.
Yeah, this was a weekend without incident. No one being like, it was.
Oh, nothing like that?
Nothing like that.
It was 4 shows. Yeah, it was 7 to 9:30 Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, there were some real sweet drunk older ladies that were just. Well, there was on the show that you were at. There was a drunk Canadian lady.
Yeah.
That was trying to get into the old Bill Squire gazebo, Hall of Fame. She was really thrown at me hard.
Oh, she was?
Yeah.
After the show?
After the show, she was all up on me.
Yeah.
And
she wanted you to go into the Great White North.
Yeah, exactly. And it was nice of her.
And now, how old was she?
She's probably in her mid-50s.
Mid-50s?
Yeah.
Older than me?
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe a
I
little
wouldn't even
older.
mess around with somebody older than me. You're brave.
I didn't mess around with her.
No, but she wanted to. Did you give it a second's thought?
No.
Okay.
Not even. No.
She was
I
just
mean-
driving hard to the hoop, and you're like,
And
oh,
she was
thank you,
there.
that's sweet.
And you could tell she was very drunk.
Nah.
So it's one of those things where it wasn't, even if she was someone, like, with the level of drunk, no matter who it was, I wasn't interested.
Yeah.
Because
it
doesn't seem right at that point.
Well, it's early on a Friday night.
Yes.
I mean, first of all, why is she drunk at 7 o'clock? But look, everybody's
'cause
got
a
to
lot
get
of
their
people-
swerve on however they got to get it on.
A lot of people go out and they have someone driving, and she was there with some family members, and I think her niece or something was driving.
Oh, I
so
see.
she's just having a good time. She's visiting family, just tying one on, and a lot of people don't have much of a tolerance either. So
You
when
did
they go
ask
out,
her. You did ask her how she got here, and I still didn't get satisfaction on her answer.
I didn't.
She
get that
goes,
later.
"Oh, I'm from Canada," and you go, "How did you get here?" And
Yeah.
I feel like that never got resolved. I was genuinely curious about how she got here.
And I talked to her after the show. Still didn't really get an answer on that. So I think she was staying with some family down. I don't know. It didn't make a lot of sense. But there was this other group of ladies, and they were probably in their probably early 60s. And man, they were all lit up and just having. And I love just seeing those people that go out for the first time in a long time with their friends, and they're just having the best time, and they're all just being their version of like flirty, dirty old ladies. Oh, it's great.
It's like a
So
nonstop
funny.
divorce party.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very funny stuff.
We were in Detroit over the weekend because my wife's cousin is getting married this coming weekend, so we'll actually be there 2 weekends in a row. But this past weekend was the bachelorette party. Because the bachelorette party was largely her middle-aged aunts, it was like dinner at 5. And then, they went to drag queen bingo.
That sounds like fun.
It's seemingly a lot of fun, but I think it was probably a lot of that same kind of vibe.
Yeah.
That same kind of like, mid-50s, early 60s vibe.
Where they have one glass of Chardonnay
bingo.
and they're
having fun.
Rolling.
They're having a good time. Yeah.
And they don't mess around with the new drinks. They're not doing seltzers. They're doing wine and liquor.
They're having wine. They're having Jameson and gingers.
Mm-hmm.
They're having champagne.
A little bit of the bubbly.
Sipping out of penis straws galore. Everybody's having fun. I texted you one of the drag queen names. There was a drag queen named Iona Lot of Cats, which I thought was a pretty good name. But yeah, not a late night for the drag queen bingo. Well, that was a 2-show deal too, so they had to turn the room for the second show. But yeah, when you get the gals out who don't get out that often, I think my wife probably dropped the median age of that room by about 15 years. But when you don't get out that often, you got to have a good time. You got to start drinking early, and you probably stop drinking early.
Yeah, because you're going to bed at a reasonable hour still. I
might be half in the bag, but I've still got to get my 8 hours.
So on Saturday, I didn't do this joke the night that you were there, but on Saturday, and I posted it to my Twitter, I did a joke about my new favorite Browns fans, and it's the women that want to have sex with the coach, and how they like
with Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah,
and you did it when I was there.
No, I did that because I didn't do that on Friday. I only did it on Saturday because I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Oh, okay.
But it's on Twitter if you want to see it. But then I have all these older ladies that are like, I'm Hassan. And I'm like, what's that? And they're like, I love Kevin Stefanski. I wonder if he's in the older ladies. I'm like, I'm sure he is. And for you.
And he's unmarried?
No, he's a married guy, right. But he's like in his mid-30s,
Yeah, but
right?
so is Urban Meyer. So.
Oh, boy. Urban Meyer.
I think Kevin Stefanski's about 40.
Is he?
Yeah.
And the Vikings were his team for a long time, right? We got him from the Vikings?
He was on their coaching staff, so he was their offensive coordinator for
But he was with them for like 15 years, I thought.
Yeah, but he was with them for a while.
And man, that's just a beautiful man. Like, he's not even hot. He's like well-sculpted, perfect hairline. It's beautiful.
The jawline, the
none of the other coaches that we've had look like they used to be players. He looks like he used to be a player.
But
I mean a football player, not a player.
But like,
did he ever play?
I don't know. I don't know his background, but I know Freddie Kitchens used to play, and he did not look like he used to play.
Yeah.
And Freddie Kitchens was a big guy.
This is a beautiful man.
He's 39 years old. Okay.
Same age as me. We're exactly the same amount of accomplishments, too.
So he didn't play. He's just been a coach the whole time, from what I can see. Well, okay, he played at University of Pennsylvania.
So that's called.
He was the Quakers' freshman of the year in 2000. He's part of the only undefeated Penn team of the decade. Okay, so he did play. He was a defensive back. So he's a guy who looks like he used to play. But other than that, he's been a coach. Yeah, and he looks like he keeps himself in good shape, and but it can't be
the
any
eyes for me, Alan.
Is it really?
For me.
All right. Well,
dreamy eyes.
Yeah, he's what Poundcake would call a zaddy because he's got some salt and pepper in the beard.
Oh yeah, he's perfect.
Yeah,
he's perfect.
You got to have more pepper than salt. I keep telling my wife this because my wife gets very upset when I shave because she loves when I grow my beard out. And I go, yes, but that's a fun beard for a guy to have when it's salt and pepper. Mine's all salt. So when there's like some gray in there, that's a good look. But you've still got predominantly pepper. I'm all salt. So it's not as fun. I'm walking around looking like skinny Santa. That's not a good look.
No,
but it's the look I've got.
Claus Chronicles or whatever, the Christmas Chronicles. You got that look going.
Oh, Kurt Russell?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the long gray hair, though. I am not rocking the long gray hair currently. But
I got a buddy that he's all white, but he's got a good hairline.
Yeah.
So, again, it makes him look older, but he looks good with it.
Yeah.
Because it's still, taken care of and manicured.
So, the Urban Meyer thing. So, Urban Meyer apologizes for a video that he's in, and apparently that video is he's in a bar and some girl's grinding on. He's the head coach of the Jaguars.
He's head coach of the Jaguars. He played in Cincinnati on Thursday night, stayed in town, and he owns a bar, a restaurant, a steakhouse in Columbus.
Okay.
And so he was hanging out there, So that's his place, and this girl is
Oh, that was
grinding
his
on him.
bar.
I believe so.
Okay.
And
His team, one of 2 0-4 teams, I believe.
Correct.
They haven't won yet.
And so he's there blowing off some steam after a rough start to his professional coaching in the NFL. And someone films him getting a little almost lap dance from this lady.
Well, he's on
this young lady.
Yeah, he's on like a bar stool, and he's sitting there, and she's just kind of like grinding into him. Is that what it is?
Yeah, she's grinding into him, and like his hand is in front of his crotch, but it feels like his fingers are at work. And, it looks like she's got jeans on, so he's not getting too far in there. But
you think the reaction would have been different if they were 4-0?
I mean, my reaction would be the same, but there might be some more people. I don't think you're going to get a good reaction either way.
Not a good reaction, but again, just the optics of it aren't good. But but this creates a very wide lane for people to go, hey, bro, maybe watch some tape and don't sit in the bar. You could, this is one of those easily avoidable situations.
Poundcake, did you see this video?
No, I didn't. Okay. I was just going to look it up, but I didn't want to be on my phone, so I'm going to wait.
Yeah, well, it's basically as we described it. Yeah. I mean, he's sitting, and somebody's
his fingers were doing work, you said?
Well, you can't tell. You just see his hand is, like, by his crotch and by her butt. So, like, her butt's kind of grinding on his hand.
So, I guess this kind of leads me to a question that I would like your opinion on. Is getting a lap dance, like, from a stripper, if you're a married man, cheating?
Well, does your wife know about it? There are plenty of guys who go to the strip club and their wife's like, "Fine, go to the strip club." If you're,
go to the strip club and not get a lap dance.
If your husband's a strip club guy. Like, I'm not a strip club guy. Wasn't when I was single. I'm not now. I was never a strip club guy. I had a dating strippers phase, but I wasn't a strip club guy. Some guys are very much that, and if their wife is cool with it, they're like, "Look, this is what it is." So anything comes down to whether or not the other person knows about it.
Okay.
That would be my take on it. I mean, if your wife doesn't know that if you're sneaking away to get lap dances, that's going to be a whole other conversation.
I kind of put strippers in the same category as watching porn. Like, I feel like a lot of guys that are married, they watch porn. They're not going to tell their wife every time they watch porn, but they don't consider that cheating.
But it's easier, because you're not having human contact with another person.
But it's a hired gun, though.
I think that's a distinction without a difference.
If you were, once there's physical contact, I think it's crossing into a different territory. I don't think a lap dance is cheating. Even what he did here, like it just doesn't look good as a head coach of a struggling team to be, and you're married. And you talk about that. Like, there's just a lot of.
There are videos where like guys are in the corner like making out with somebody. That's not what this was, but it's I think this is.
This isn't exactly Tristan Thompson, but.
Gosh, and
so then he like talks to the he had apologized to the team.
And that's what I think is hilarious, because there's players on the teams that are like, oh man, you're good. She was hot. I've done the same thing.
Yeah,
like the team doesn't care. The team cares maybe like that it's a distraction, but I don't think they are like. I don't know. I don't think it's the worst thing that anybody's ever done. I think it's pretty funny, and the guy just got caught. Doing something stupid.
He did, and then he because he's a married guy, right? He's got grandkids, married. For Christ's sake.
Yep.
Yeah. To think, a 3-second video can ruin your life.
Well, you just got to have some situational awareness. You're right, but also like somebody was clearly very secretly. Yeah, if he
filming
was
him.
Yeah, and if he was
well, because there's another picture of him with this girl, and the girl tagged it. Who is this guy? He keeps flirting with me.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So she didn't know who... She certainly looked like she knew who he was.
Well, there was a different girl. So there's two girls.
I see.
There's only the one that was grinding on him, but then there's another one that took a selfie with him.
Yeah. I just apologize to the team and staff and for being a distraction. Just stupid. And so I explained everything.
Well, that's what it is. I'm sorry for being a distraction.
Yeah, you're a distraction.
Yeah.
It happened and owned it, and just stupid.
He apologized to the team and the staff, and they said, "All right, that's fine. Now let me smell your hand."
Should not have myself in that kind of position.
Irvin, did you fly back with the team, or did you stay in?
No, I stayed to see the grandkids, and we all went to dinner that night at the restaurant, and then There's a big group next.
Cincinnati. That's where that happened.
Columbus, I believe.
Columbus. How about them Bengals, by the way? Boy, you haven't seen the Bengals. Yeah, a long time. Looking good.
To our restaurant, and they wanted me to come over and take pictures, and I did. And they were trying to pull me out on the dance floor, screwing around, and I should have left.
How did the team react? I mean, they're probably pretty reactionary. Or, how did they take it? Your apology?
Well, I've always been so defensive of them. I remember when Trevor told me he was going to go to Vegas for his bachelor party. I mean, I was just, my gosh, man, be careful and surround yourself, and because I've seen this happen, and I just. So the team. I spoke to a bunch of leaders one-on-one. Spoke to all the players. They're good. They were focused on Tennessee, and
boy, this really seems like the kind of thing that you would have seen happen in Jacksonville, like in Florida.
Yeah,
right? Girls walking around in tube tops and Daisy Dukes all day long. No, happened in Columbus.
Yeah. Someone.
We thought you said you were going to cozy, not getting cozy.
There's another video that I just retweeted at Bill Squire of the girl he's like got his hand like all the way on her butt, like in like doing like an oil check.
All right, yeah,
he's going for it.
All right, well, what are you gonna do? Well, again, Jags are 0-4.
He's about to lose more football games and more stuff, more money.
Oh boy. Anywho, but the Browns 3-1, baby.
Browns are 3-1.
Tied a 3-way tie in the AFC North. There you go. Can't even own the top spot. Don't even get that. 3-way tie with Cincinnati and Baltimore. But ahead of the Steelers. That'll make you feel good.
It feels great.
That's all some people care about.
It feels very good.
And I think the Jags are literally one of only two teams that have not won yet.
I think them and the Lions right?
Detroit is winless, yeah. I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
down to Polka Town. It was there I met a girl one evening. Now I'm Ohio bound. Our wedding bells will ring out in Cleveland. That's the place where I intend to settle down and listen to the rhythm of the polka in Cleveland, the polka town.
Terry the Goat had a great week, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Week 4, Terry the Goat, who is one of the pieces, how do I put it? Pieces of livestock. That's so impersonal. Terry the Goat has done a lot of good stuff for us. Al is our bureau chief in Carlton, Pennsylvania. He runs Marcinek Farms out there, and for the last couple of seasons, Terry the Goat has been making her NFL picks week to week. And she's had a rough start to the season. I know there are 18 weeks this season, but she said this has been her best week so far. She went 7-4 this week. She did pick the Vikings over the Browns, so she whiffed on that, but that's a good whiff.
Stupid goat.
Dumb goat. But, yeah, she got them all right. She got the Bills over the Texans. They went way over the Texans.
Yeah.
40-0 was that game. Only ones she missed were she picked the Saints over the Giants. She picked the Panthers over the Cowboys.
And the Saints over Giants, that was overtime, so...
There you go. Could have gone either way.
Yeah, the Giants won in overtime.
And she picked the Steelers over the Packers, which is kind of a coin flip too, I guess. But all the other ones she got right. She picked the Buccaneers over the Patriots and the Bears over the Lions, keeping Detroit to winless. So 7-4 is the best week she's had so far. She was 6-6 last week. Week 2, she was 3-8. And 5-5 in week 1. So she's had 2 weeks in there where she's gone 500. But 7-4 is her best week so far, and we get her week 5 picks on Thursday.
So what's her record overall? Is she just about even?
So far? I mean, pretty good, yeah.
She's probably a little under 500.
Yeah, she's 21 and 23.
Mm-hmm.
So
not bad for a goat.
Not bad at all for a goat. Of course, I always ask for a comment from Terry the Goat, and she's usually pretty reticent to give me one, but on a good week like this, she's very happy to let me know. Tom Brady broke his all-time career passing yards record. It was Drew Brees had the career passing record, and Tom Brady broke it 19-17. And all the articles today are how uncomfortable it was for Tom Brady to go into New England and play the Patriots. So now he's officially beaten every NFL team, including the one he used to play for. He'll retire as a Patriot, though. I don't, whether or not he gets a good response from people when he goes home.
I mean, they did like a whole video tribute thing, and people were very kind during that. And then
still got booed though.
Once the game started, then the boo started because then it's actually you're playing for something.
Yeah.
So they definitely appreciate what the guy did for them, but they're still going to boo the opposing team.
Sure.
From 56. On its way. It is off the goalpost. No good. You can hear the doink. Some
Just a
doinks
single
are better
doink.
than others, but not this one.
Unbelievable.
Sometimes you get a double doink, like when Cody Parkey is kicking.
Yeah, he's the double doink.
He's the double doink guy. He's got his own Wikipedia page to that effect. He screwed us in Chicago, and he's been screwing us in Cleveland, right? Is he still here, Cody Parkey?
No, we got McLaughlin now, and he's killing it.
There you go. Good job. So Tampa Bay 19, New England 17. He and Belichick, of course, had a little good game hug if you watched the end of it,
There was reports that Belichick went into the locker room, and they were hanging out for like 20 minutes talking to each other privately. So,
oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, that's going to happen, right? I mean, that's
I think
essentially
so, yeah.
how it's going to work out. You and Hardy go shooting over the weekend?
Yeah.
How was that?
It was fun. So we went to a range out in Garrettsville. It was
G-Boo!
Me.
Know where Hiram College is out there?
I think that's in Hiram.
What am I thinking? What's in G-Ville? Isn't there a school out there? Hiram's in Hiram. That's a good point.
Hiram College.
I thought there was a school out in Garrettsville. I could
You're
be
talking about Nelson Ledges, I think. That's
not a college. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
It's higher learning, though. Hey.
Hey-o.
So, yeah, we go out there, and then my other buddy, James, who's in Movie Squad, he just got a new gun. He wanted to go out there and break it in, get to know it. And we're at this, 100-yard outdoor range, and there's 3 other dudes shooting with us. And, everybody's kind of talking about all the different guns they have. I know how to handle a gun. I don't know names of guns. I don't know, I understand the calibers. I know what they are, but I don't. These guys have it. It's their whole lives.
You're not an ammo sexual.
Yeah, they're really into it. And this one guy, he's probably in his mid 20s, maybe early 30s at most. But he keeps throwing out these dumb, I feel like he's testing the waters on us. And he's like, this is me practicing not being vaccinated. And we're just rolling our eyes. Come on, man.
That's the only shot he wants.
Yeah, we're just trying to shoot some guns and have a good time.
Right.
And then...
Well, because he figures at the range, he's probably going to get a lot of high fives with that.
Right, but even his friends were like, man, we don't care.
Yeah, right.
Right. They weren't even giving him
Those
a
people
response.
can't wait to tell you what they think.
Right.
Yeah.
And so then he goes into... So my friend James, he brought an old Winchester that's over 100 years old. It's a little 22. It's adorable.
Mm-hmm.
And
little pink pearl handle.
Yeah. And it's just the most basic gun. It's one 22 round at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's you shoot it, it's like shooting a pellet gun.
This is a rifle?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And we're shooting that thing just to goof around a little bit with it. And that guy comes, he's like, this is the only gun that Joe Biden wants to have. And
why did he keep coming to you guys? Or was
because we're the only ones, he's just saying it out there.
See.
He's trying to get a response out of everybody.
He's trying to get somebody to go, yeah, you said it.
And everybody's just like.
And you can't do that to get him to go away because he'll keep coming back.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just all meeting him. And again, his friends are meeting him with the same deafening silence.
Yeah.
And everyone's wearing earplugs anyway, so we're all just saying we don't hear them or whatever. It was just funny.
You should have told him you were in the Ilhan Omar gun club.
I didn't really talk to him. And again, I don't know a lot of all the different gun stuff, so they're all having their conversations. They're all talking about, well, this is the one that I keep in my bedside table. This is the one that
Yep.
And I'm like, do people come in your guys' houses all the time?
The world is coming to kill people like that. Yep. At every turn, someone's coming to kill you.
And they're all talking about, yeah, I just got to make sure, I'm ready in case this happens. I'm like, this doesn't really happen that often, guys.
Right.
It's really very incredibly rare.
I was talking to my sister when I went to see my family a few months earlier in the summer. I hadn't been home for a long, long time, and I was talking to my sister, and she's talking about how she always has her curtains closed, like her house is like a coffin. And I go, well, I get it at in the daytime. Is it sun? As the sun comes in? She goes, no, there could be somebody outside looking in the window. I go, what? She's like, there could be somebody looking in the window, like they could shoot my window out. I go, why would anyone do that? Like, you live in a condo in a plan. Like, you don't live on the, And she's like, well, you never know. I go, no, that technically is true. Somebody could walk by and do that, but why would they do that? Like, why are you living in constant fear of that? Now, again, she's a single gal. She's got my nephew just turned 12.
And listen, I don't blame anybody for being prepared. And if you want that gun in your side table next to your bed, whatever, that's fine. But it's just the way they're talking about these scenarios as if they're happening on a weekly basis when it's nothing close has ever happened to that is what I found amusing. And then they're, turn to me like, Bill, you ever going to get a gun? I'm like, no. And I'm like, I like shooting them.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Shooting's fine.
I have a good time shooting guns. It's a fun morning just hanging out with the boys, shooting some guns.
Yeah.
But I don't want to buy one. I don't want to have one in my place because I feel like I'm not. First of all, I don't need it. Second, I don't feel if that gun ever gets pointed at anybody, it's probably gonna be me. So I'm not. I'm not getting a gun. I'm not mentally well enough.
I don't want to find myself having a bad week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well,
when the Browns go 3-2. Who knows what could happen? Baker has another week like that.
Oh, has somebody checked on Bill?
Yeah.
He's on the 9th floor. Mm-hmm. Is he all right? He's got a
Baker wasn't the guy after all. They were right. Everybody on Twitter was right.
He's got a Winchester 22 up there, and he's But it was a good time. I like the I'm not going to live my life in fear people. Unless when it comes to a syringe, then I'm terrified of a syringe. But everything else, not going to live my life.
Yeah, I didn't want to point out that kind of irony to the guy.
It would have fallen on deaf ears.
Yeah,
deaf because, all the gunshots going off. But it's still fun, though.
It is a lot of fun. And our friend Jeff has every gun. Like, he's got all of them.
Musket?
I mean, that's basically what that little 22 was. Yeah. It looked like the first gun. Like you'd shoot one, and then you'd have to put another, like cock it back and put another one in. It was adorable.
I love the memes of like somebody in like a grocery store that has one of those super long guns, and it's like, "Give me all ye loot," or something like that.
All ye loot.
Because their face cover is like, "Give me all ye loot." Before I start, like, whatever, they sparking or whatever.
He had one that had a binary trigger, which is it fires on pull and release.
Yeah.
And trying to figure that was very fun, but that second shot is just all over the place if you don't know what you're doing. And, we're all safe and everything, but, you're trying to aim at a target.
You got to get used to it.
And the first one hits the target, and then the second one's just like 8 feet to the right because you're not used to the recoil.
Yeah. Those echo triggers are all over the place, man.
Yeah. And then on the way back, we're driving on 422, and my buddy James is driving, and he sees something, and he's like, "Dude, I think I just saw a dead tortoise." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "I think I saw a giant dead tortoise."
Because turtles are small, tortoises are giant, right?
Giant.
That's my understanding.
He thinks he's like what you'd see at the zoo.
Okay.
Like a giant tortoise. And I was like, I
like
highly doubt
somebody's pet died and they dropped it roadside.
Right. And so I was like, I highly doubt it. He's like, well, I got to know. So we pull a U-turn, go back the other way, and I spot this thing from, and I'm like, holy, I think he saw a tortoise. And you see this thing, and then as we get closer and closer, you're seeing it take shape, and it's got like the arch and the hump and everything. And then we get a little closer, and it is a carpet that is on the side of the road.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my God. Is there a tortoise in that carpet by any chance?
But in his defense, it did have a design on it that looked like almost turtle shell type diamonds on it, or whatever.
Now, what would you have done had that been a dead tortoise on the side of the road? Those things are heavy. You probably weren't in any kind of vehicle that...
I mean, we're in a Jeep, so...
Oh, you were? Okay.
I don't know what he wanted to do. He just didn't want to think he saw something and not know what it was. So it was just... He's a very curious person, so he thinks, if I thought I saw a tortoise, I got to find out if that's a tortoise.
I see.
And honestly, the way we were going at it the first time, I totally saw why he thought it was a tortoise, because it looked like it looked like a big old shell on the side of the road. But once you knew that it wasn't, you could see that it was it was like a roll of carpet, or it was like a rug that flew off of someone's truck or something.
I see.
And then just the way that
landed
it crumpled,
with
it looked almost like a tortoise to him.
Yeah.
But I was laughing so hard. And then as we're driving back...
Of all the things to think you saw, too.
Right.
I think, oh my God, there's a giant zoo tortoise on the side of the road.
Yeah, and I'm just like...
422.
There's not. It's definitely not that. I'm like, it could be a big snapping turtle. He's like, no. This thing was huge. And I was like, all right, well, let's go see it. And then everything that I saw, I'd see like a road construction. I'm like, oh, there's a crane. Is that a giraffe?
Yeah, right.
Oh, look at that. Is that a Tyrannosaurus
really
Rex?
Kicking him in the balls there, sure.
Just everything I saw the rest of the way home.
Well, and a tortoise...
There's a rhinoceros over there, bud.
As I understand it, tortoises live a long time. They outlive people. So a tortoise would have to either be killed, or like somebody got sick of their pet, or die from something extraordinary, like a virus or a disease or something like that.
It'd be a very strange place for someone to just dump, because it wasn't on like the side of the road, it was in the middle, in the median.
Oh, it was.
So it like was trying to cross the road and didn't quite make it, but it was just very satisfying that it looked like a tortoise, but it wasn't, and I get to bust his balls for the rest of our
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Were you happy or not happy that it wasn't a tortoise?
I was happy that it wasn't a tortoise because I didn't want it to be a dead tortoise.
Right.
I don't like that.
In the median.
And then also, I liked how funny it was when he's like, see? And then he goes, damn it.
Damn it, it's carpet.
So it's just a carpet.
Yeah.
Just a rug.
Some tortoises can live over 150 years. Most of them live between 80 and 150 years. I believe that in some animals it's called biological immortality. Like lobsters, technically, can keep living. Yeah. But in a tortoise in the middle of the road too, it can't get away from anything. Even if it was put there, You know?
Yeah, it's kind of trapped.
Yeah, it's like walks 1 mile an hour or
and
something.
if this had been
that.
a tortoise, if any hit anybody's car, it would wreck the car.
Wreck the car.
It was huge. Well, the rug was, but it wasn't. If it had been a tortoise that size, it would have been a very big tortoise.
Yeah.
Tortoises like to bang, too.
What's that?
Wasn't there that tortoise that was in the news a few years ago about how it basically saved its species by just banging all the lady tortoises?
Oh, I don't know about that. I remember the tortoise that was humping the shoe. I remember that. It's having sex with a croc.
The sound.
Is that the shoe or the turtle? Tortoise.
It's a tortoise. Because, you know, those Crocs have holes all around the rim, all around the foot there, so there's plenty points of purchase, egress.
Maybe it was a young tortoise.
Maybe so.
Just trying to experiment a little bit. He's only like 60, 70 years old.
Yeah.
Really coming into his own.
Well, listen, pulled from today's headlines. I mean, that thing's over 10 years old, but there's I don't know how many people are watching this cartoon on Fox called Housebroken. Is anyone watching that? It's Lisa Kudrow and it's Sam Richardson. A lot of very funny people doing the voices, but it's all animals. And Will Forte is this tortoise that's in love with a croc.
Oh.
And it was probably taken from real life, ripped from the headlines, as it were.
Okay, so there is a story. Galapagos giant tortoise has so much sex he retires after saving his species.
Yeah, retires. I like that. He just retired. They forced him to have sex. They bred him out, right?
Well, like
they put him out to stud.
They kind of did.
Yeah, right.
So
because he's not going to do it on his own.
Well, no, he was from San Diego Zoo. They took him to an island, the Galapagos National Park, and he banged for a while, and then they took him on home.
Yeah.
Back to the zoo.
Oh, let him rest up.
Yeah.
Man. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192. I'll have Volbeat and Ghost tickets for you later on if you want to hoof it to Columbus to see them next year. And is it next year? I think Volbeat and Ghost is 2022. Yeah, February 7th. So we'll do that in a bit. 35192 if you want to text. We'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
on in.
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
He's just scratching his own itch.
I got it.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com. Thank you to High Fructose. I wonder if that's Steven's brother, for helping out in the video department today. You can, of course, listen to the show on the iHeartRadio app, where the Week in Cox is available to you as a podcast now as well, for people who, some people are up early on a Sunday morning. We air 2 hours of the best stuff from the prior week. Well, 2 hours of stuff.
Yeah.
From the prior week, 8 to 10 Sunday mornings. And for people who aren't up at that ungodly hour or prepping for a Browns game or whatever, it's available for you in podcast form. Got the latest episode of the Bill Squire Show at the show site as well, the newest Poundcake podcast. You getting responses on that, Cody?
I mean, they say that they like it. I was really...
Do you believe them?
I take it with a grain of salt because they didn't specify what they liked, but it's very informative, I guess. I was just telling Bill, I was looking at the numbers, and I can't believe, 20,000 people have, downloaded, or 20,000 episodes have been downloaded, which is bananas to me. That's crazy. I've only had 50 episodes.
Uh-huh.
So, I don't know. It's kind of cool.
Wait. 20,000 downloads over 50 episodes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Sure, yeah. How many is that per?
I don't know, because they vary. Erica Lauren was my highest rated episode, so that was downloaded the most.
Okay.
So I don't know.
20,000.
No way to know.
I'm gonna do it.
50 episodes. So you're getting 400 downloads per episode on average?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Wow, all right. Well done.
Keep it up.
I'm gonna try.
It's Urban Meyer's wife tweeting about
Well, that I think she tweeted that before all the scandalous things happened, but it just makes it even funnier.
Well, people are saying that she's also liking a lot of tweets that are giving him a hard time, too.
Yeah.
And you just got to sit there and take it. Nothing you can do in that situation if you're Urban Meyer. Not a thing you can do. You got to sit there on your hands.
I have a feeling this is not the first time he's been in trouble with her.
Oh, you think so?
It's the first time it's more public.
All right.
Well, I feel like there was a video when right before he got signed as the coach of the Jaguars. He was filmed on a boat, partying with some dudes or something, and so he's kind of got a party guy history.
Okay. So, well, there you go. Good for him. But he's got to get a win for the Jacksonville Jaguars at some point. They're 0-4.
One of these days he'll get there.
One of these days.
What's the rush, Yeah,
Take your
time, build it up right.
Sure.
I had that backwards, by the way, with the tortoise that was having sex to save its species. Mm-hmm. It did all the sex at the zoo, and then they returned it to its home after that. So it was 30 years in captivity, banging, making more turtles, helped increase the population, and then they took it home.
Yeah, they brought him in to get everything going again, and he was talking about a hired gun.
Right.
He was doing it. Saturday Night Live returned this weekend. Owen Wilson was the host. Casey Musgraves was the musical guest. They made a big deal about the fact, my wife goes, I don't think she's wearing anything. She goes, it's like Jenny and Forrest Gump, and that's apparently precisely what it was, because Casey Musgraves had tweeted out a photo. I've only seen Forrest Gump once, so I don't remember that. I said, no, I think they're trying to make her look naked. I can't imagine she'd walk out there naked just wearing boots and a guitar, but what do I know? Maybe she was. But that Casey Musgraves, boy, I haven't paid that much attention to her, because there's a lot of there's this wave of younger women doing country music. There's Brandy Carlisle and Casey Musgraves and and some other people. But man, she's gorgeous. The Casey Musgraves?
Yep.
She just got divorced, so maybe I think she wrote a divorce album, but her voice is lovely. I've never really paid that much attention to her, but
She's getting a lot of attention.
Well, because her songs aren't super twangy. Like, you can tell that's in her voice, but they're kind of popish, and you can,
I feel like they're more singer-songwriter. It reminds me a lot of, like, Taylor Swift stuff, like when she was coming up, where it's pretty broad. Like, you can... they're just songs about breakups.
I guess so, but boy, I was transfixed watching her play these songs.
Why? Because she's a girl and she's playing guitar.
Backwards, hurt comes after healing doesn't happen in a straight line.
This sounds like Jewel.
Yeah, again, along those singer-songwritery kinds of things. She's sitting on a stool. She had legs crossed. She's wearing cowboy boots. And so, of course, the guitar's across her lap. And she was very dimly lit. I still don't think she was naked, but whatever. That's what they were trying to...
It was the illusion.
It was the illusion of that, yeah. Yeah, anyway, I was very impressed. I know she's been around for a while, and I'm coming to this party late, but I just don't pay attention to those a lot of those artists.
Did you hear what Owen Wilson had to say about that performance?
No.
Wow.
Is that what he had to say? I'll tell you what, he's a man of few words. I'll give him that. He's a man of few words. They did a Norm Macdonald tribute when they returned. Colin Jost. It's always painful to see Jost and Che try to be earnest. But they set up a Norm Macdonald tribute, a couple of clips on him for the season opener. 47th season, by the way, of Saturday Night Live. You think they can hang on to 50? You think they can crank out three more years after 47?
I think they'll get there. And I just remember the big party when they hit 40.
Yeah.
And how close we are now to 50. It really bums me out.
Be the ultimate troll for NBC to cancel Saturday Night Live after its 49th season.
Yeah.
It is a bittersweet night for us tonight.
Yeah, on September 14th, our friend Norm Macdonald passed away.
Norm is the reason that I ever wanted to do Weekend Update, and so tonight we thought we'd turn the last few jokes of Update over to Norm.
Thanks. I'm Norm Macdonald, and this is the fake news. At the White House this week, President Clinton officially came out against same-sex marriages. What's more, the president said he is not too crazy about opposite-sex marriages either. A French man who calls himself the Snake Man was arrested this week after climbing up the side of a Manhattan high-rise. Yep, he climbed right up the side of a high-rise, just like a snake. In a brilliant move during closing arguments, Simpson attorney Johnny Cochran put on the knit cap prosecutors say O.J. wore the night he committed the murders. Although O.J. may have hurt his case when he suddenly blurted out, Hey, easy with that. That's my lucky stabbing hat. And that's the way it is, folks. Good night.
Well, at least Norm outlived Don Ohlmeyer, right? His nemesis over there at NBC. Don Ohlmeyer died a few years ago. And their stories were inextricably linked. Ohlmeyer was really best known for the guy that was OJ's pal, and so made a concerted effort to get Norm out of SNL.
I'm glad that they put at least one OJ joke in there.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's really kind of what put Norm on the map was the incessant OJ jokes. I was just surprised they put that one. It's my lucky stabbing hat.
I think that was a choice of Che and Jost to be like, let's go with this one.
I guess so. I just like the one where he goes, because there were so many, but the one that jumped out at me that I loved was that O.J. Simpson said he would have taken a bullet for Nicole. Boy, what kind of luck is that, where the one guy who would have saved you killed you? So, yeah. It is weird that Norm's dead, though. You know, in the first couple days of them announcing that he had died, and everybody was so shocked because, you know, only a couple of people had advanced knowledge of that. I think his agent, I'm sure his son. But it is very, very strange now. You know, in that immediate kind of explosion of all that coverage and all the whatevers. But once that dies down, it's weird to sit with that and go, wow, Norm Macdonald's dead.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's not going to be doing anything anymore. It's pretty wild.
Yep, very depressing.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You're always welcome to leave us a message there if you like. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Scotty B from Garfield Heights. So glad you're on the iHeart app, going away for the weekend, and I can get to listen to every episode instead of dealing with the family. It made me so happy, I decided to Dua Lipa. No more Lipas.
All right, there you go. It's not a commercial, but it sounds like one. But boy, imagine that. I hope his family didn't hear that. I'm so happy that all the shows are on the app so I don't have to deal with my family on this trip that we're taking, right? See, I have no experience with that, as my parents hated to travel, and so we never were taken anywhere. We never had any trips to the Grand Canyon or anything like that. So, when people tell those stories about, you'd be in the back seat and Dad would scream at you, I was like, yeah, right. You just kind of play along, but I have no firsthand knowledge of anything like that.
You guys never went on any significant road trips ever?
No.
Ever?
Not once.
Wow.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Well, we drive to Florida pretty much every summer because that's where my grandma lived, and my parents had a house down there for a little while, and we'd go and visit, and we'd listen to books on tape the whole ride down.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that seems like a certain, very specific kind of torture. Because they weren't books you guys chose, I assume, right? They were books that your mom and dad chose?
My mom would get mysteries that...
Because your mom famously doesn't like music.
She doesn't, it's not even that she doesn't like it, she just doesn't really do anything for her, so she doesn't really listen to music. So...
That's what I mean, like she wouldn't have a default radio station to go to.
Right.
Yeah.
And especially when you're driving to Florida, you're going to be searching for radio stations the whole time. So she's just trying to get something to get us to pay attention to. So she would get these mystery books. It was like the A to Z mysteries or something like that. And they were pretty good.
Oh, really?
As a kid,
and you guys would pay attention all the way down?
Well, this is the kind of stuff that that's when I could pay attention. So anytime we do a book on tape in the car, all the other kids would pretty much fall asleep, but I would listen to everything because I didn't want to miss anything. And so what were the A to Z?
The Absent Author, The Bald Bandit, The Canary Caper, The Deadly Dungeon.
Yeah, who was that
Easy
by?
Readers, Ron Roy was the author.
No,
Easy Readers for Young Children, considered among the best.
A to Z.
A to Z Mysteries, a 26-book set is what I'm looking at here.
What's that?
There are a lot of them.
No, these are...
The Falcon's Feathers?
No, these ones are more kiddie. The ones that I listened to were...
Like tween books?
They were like young adult maybe, or even... They might have been adult books, but they just weren't like sexual or anything like that.
They weren't sexual.
They weren't
I
these.
assume that goes without saying if they're kids'
It was
books.
like a lady detective.
Oh, Nancy Drew?
And it wasn't Nancy Drew, because Nancy Drew... Man...
I've never heard of A to Z Mysteries. Okay.
It might have not been A to Z, but it was just like... A is for something. I feel like each one... cannot
Detective
remember.
Camp? Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of A to Z Mysteries. So it was a female that would read the... I mean, it was...
She would read it,
the
and
narrator
then,
was a female.
And so was the protagonist.
Oh, I see. I don't know. Ring any bells with you, Poundcake?
No.
Was it Susan Collins? Is that the name?
I mean, she's a senator from Maine.
Senator. I know that name. That rings a bell.
Not the one.
Yeah, right. She's the fake pro-choice senator. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with A to Z Mysteries. But just the fact that everybody else would fall asleep and you would be awake listening to the book on tape.
Well, and we
How long were they?
I mean, some of them were pretty long. 'cause
Wow.
These are long drives. And then we did Jurassic Park. I listened to that whole book all the way through and would remember stuff. And that's when my mom started figuring it's like, oh, he's not good at reading, but he can pay attention if it's audio. So eventually she tried to get me a tutor, but I was already too far gone by that point.
Right, because if she had handed you a book, you would have lost interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I can listen to things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only A to Z mysteries I see are by Ron Roy, children's book author. The Empty Envelope, The Falcon's Feathers, The Invisible Island, The Runaway Racehorse. Oh, I see, the A to Z, the alphabet. Took me a second there to figure that out. Dink Duncan, does that ring a bell?
No, it's not that.
Ruth Rose Hathaway? Man, I don't know. Maybe somebody will text me and tell me. Mrs. Marple?
Not Mrs. Marple.
Sue Grafton? I think
Sue Grafton might be it.
Oh, really? Those are grown-up books, though, I thought.
Yeah, but they weren't like overly sexual or anything
I thought
like that.
Sue Grafton was like the V.I. Warshawski books.
For whatever, like, she would play those, whatever they were, and we would listen to them.
The Alphabet series featuring private investigator Kinsey Milhone.
That's the one.
Okay,
The
so it
Alphabet
was Sue
series.
Grafton.
Yeah.
All right. American
Yeah.
author of detective
A
novels.
is for alibi.
A is for alibi. There you go.
Y is for yesterday.
So we've solved our own mystery.
Yes, we did.
Hey!
Figure it out, as Mary calls it.
Figure them out. A for alibi.
D is for deadbeat.
Kinsey Milhone, set in the Southern California city of Santa Teresa. All right, there you
C
go.
is for corpse.
Ooh.
W is for wasted.
So these were for like young adults then. These were the
Yeah.
Y. F is for G is for gumshoe. I love that gumshoe was a word for a while. R is for ricochet. And then X is just X. X for nothing. She couldn't even go with X-ray.
Yeah,
just
just
called it
X.
X. Yeah. So you'd listen to these on the way down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because at Cracker Barrel, you could buy the books and then they'd let you exchange them. So it's basically like Netflix for books on tape.
So you had to sit with these for a while because I'm looking at the dates on these, and it took her. She did like one a year, so you had to wait 25 years to get through the alphabet. At which point you didn't care anymore.
Yeah, but by the time
there'd be a new generation of kids she was hoping to get into these.
I don't know, but I just know that there was enough of those available at the different Cracker Barrels that we'd stop at that we could always have a new one. And we didn't like go in order or anything like that. It was just like, oh, we haven't heard this one yet, so we'll listen to this one.
Because A is for Alibi, came out in 82. Y is for Yesterday, came out in 2017. So you never got past.
I never got that far.
M.
I got, probably to around,
M is for Malice.
Malice.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go.
Well, yeah, surely they'll take her time with these, huh? There's a big, I feel like there's, yeah. Maybe I'll get back into them. Maybe that'll be what I do. I'm driving to New Jersey on Friday.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll listen to M is for Malice.
In an episode of The Sopranos, when Tony's in the hospital after getting shot, when Carmela's sitting at the bedside, she's reading G is for Gumshoe.
Oh.
Boy, that Sopranos movie sucked. Did you watch that?
I'm going to see it tomorrow.
Oh, does it suck? Wow, that thing. We could barely get through it. We're like, this movie is 1,000% unnecessary. It's just
no one said it's necessary.
It's a series of scenes that are somehow stitched together that don't seem to make. Wow, was I disappointed.
Well,
Wow.
I'm going to see it in the theater tomorrow, and I'll let you
Have
know what I
fun.
think on Wednesday.
Yeah, all right. Is Movie Club going? Movie Squad?
Movie Squad. Because I feel
talk about that tortoise carpet.
We'll see if we'll see any more. Maybe we'll see.
You're going to pay for it. You're pay for this movie.
I have a subscription to the AMC, so I get to see 3 movies a week anyway.
Gotcha.
So might as well go see it in the theater.
Yeah, it's called The Many Saints of Newark, and it's famously got Michael Gandolfini, who was still a young boy when James Gandolfini died. He's been dead for a while now, playing a young Tony Soprano, and so they've got all these other people play. It takes you a minute to figure out who's who. Like they've got a guy doing a full-on Steven Van Zandt. He's just cocking his head and wincing, and that's his Silvio. And there's a couple of Easter eggs in there that, you know, if you watched The Sopranos, especially if you watched it recently, so they're fresh in your mind, there's some vignettes in this that make sense. But wow, we got to the end and we're like,
that's that.
That stunk.
Well,
so I'm curious to hear what you think after you see it. If you'll have,
I think the movie theater experience might add to it, but we'll see.
Maybe.
I've heard some people like it.
Yeah. All right.
But that's why I don't like to read any reviews or anything before I go to see a movie. I just want to go in, watch it, see what I think, and then, you know.
I know you don't like to read them. That's why I gave you my audio review.
I know. Now it's in there. Now I got that rattling around in my brain.
That's right. No, you might love it. I mean, I'm sure there are people who, as with any movie, who are like, this was great. I was very, very disappointed. I didn't need it to be great. They stick this weird nose on Vera Farmiga playing Olivia, I guess to make her look like Nancy Marchand. I don't know, but like nobody would have thought anything was weird if they hadn't put this prosthetic nose on her. So it was very strange. Didn't enjoy it at all. And I love The Sopranos. David Chase, people are like, this is what he waited to do?
It's a different format, too. So I think it might have been better if he had done it as a TV show.
Maybe. Yeah, if he had made it episodic.
Yeah, episodic and take your time telling the stories and getting to know the characters. Trying to jam everything into a 2-hour movie, that's a lot.
Especially since the way it ends, they were clearly like, if this does well, we'll do a sequel. So I don't know. It may do well. I mean, when it's in, because it's in theaters now.
Does it have a mid-credits scene? Do I have to stick around?
Yes, Thanos is there to snap his fingers.
I'll do it myself.
That's right. I've got to take a break.
Hey, I'll do it myself.
If you want to get a text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch live, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan
broadcast me out on the radio.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You want to take a guess at this one, Poundcake? I know you won't get it, but I just like to hear your guesses.
Smashing Pumpkins?
Older.
Older?
Much.
Honey, I have no idea.
There's a band called Black Flag. That's Henry Rollins there fronting the band. I think this might have been his first album with them. Henry Rollins very famously got that frontman gig because their singer at the time was going to switch over to guitar anyway. Des Cadena was the guy there at front in Black Flag, and Henry Rollins jumped up on stage. Kind of move that these days would get you kicked right off the stage. But back then at a punk show, they're like, this kid up there. And you got the gig, and 6 months later they had an album. Henry Rollins is coming back to Cleveland. He's he didn't really perform anymore musically. I don't think he goes out with Rollins Band. That was his. They had a couple of hits in the early 90s. They had a song on the Crow soundtrack.
I saw Rollins Band at Warped Tour one year.
I think I saw them on Lollapalooza one year, yeah.
He was just up there like in a little black pair of shorts, all buff, just screaming. And it was intense.
Yeah.
And then I saw him he did the spoken word tent at Sonic Temple one year. And very interesting guy.
Henry Rollins, yeah, he's been on this show a number of times over the years, and I always like talking to him. He's much less confrontational just when you have a conversation with him than he is kind of publicly. And I think he's mellowed some as an older man, too. But he mostly does just spoken word tours now. He kind of fancies himself a
good storyteller.
Provocateur. Yeah, he's a great storyteller, and he's funny, and, Good to See You 2022 is the Henry Rollins tour, and they announced this morning that he'll be coming back to Cleveland in March. So if you're a Henry Rollins fan, if you like seeing his spoken word work, those tickets will go on sale this Thursday morning at 10 o'clock. He's playing the Ohio Theater, March the 15th of next year.
Ooh, I like that theater.
The Mimi Ohio Theater? Is that a new name thing on there or what? What's Mimi? The Mimi Ohio Theater.
It's from Drew Carey's show.
Oh, is that what it is?
His rival.
Kathy Kenny, was that the actress? All right, well, good. I'm glad to see that she's getting some recognition. Other shows in March of next year include Tool, about a week after Henry Rollins, and I'll have tickets for you to see them at the Romo Fijo at 5:20 all this week. I have those Volbeat and Ghost tickets for you in about half an hour, but you'll have to hoof it to Columbus for that. And wait until February. So, listen, maybe 2022 is going to be the year that I know everybody hoped that 2021 was going to be the year that each and every show got going again. A lot of them got canceled. There's still plenty of live music going on, I mean, barring troubles within the band or their crew, these shows largely go on. They announced a big mixtape tour this morning that my wife is very excited about. New Kids on the Block.
Rick Astley.
Yeah, it's New Kids on the Block, Salt and Pepper, Rick Astley, and En Vogue. And they're going to play the Romo Fijo next year. They're going to play June 21st, which is 2 days before my birthday. So I thought, gee, maybe as my birthday gift to myself, I would take my wife to this show. Why not? Rick Astley, say what you want. I had to be dragged to that show. My wife goes, we should go see Rick Astley. He was at the House of Blues 2 or 3 years ago. And everybody gets all kind of whatever about Rick Astley, right?
Well, because he's kind of, he's become popular because of the meme.
Right.
Where you get rickrolled.
Right. But it was one of the best shows I've ever seen. So Rick
Really?
Astley,
Best shows
it was
you've ever seen.
one of the best shows I have ever seen was
But
Rick
you've
Astley.
only been
I will
to
say
like
that.
1 or 2 shows.
True, I've only seen 5 shows in my entire life, but Rick
4
Astley
of them were the Wiggles.
was 2 of them. 4. Listen, the Wiggles never disappoint.
They bring it.
They really do.
You know what I like about them? They only play the hits.
That's right.
You're not going deep tracks.
No, I want to hear fruit salad. I want to hear hot potato. I want to hear I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. I want to hear all of the hits. And the Wiggles are going to do it.
The Wiggles aren't coming out there like, here's a new one.
Right. Here's something off our new album. Yeah. Nobody cares about that.
What are you doing there?
Well, I'm clapping my hands.
Well, that looks like fun.
It is fun. You should try it, Levi.
All right, I'll try it. How's it go?
It goes like this. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. Who's got the clap? I do.
I will say, each and every time I've seen the Wiggles, I have come away from the show feeling a little under the weather. So I don't know if maybe that's got something to do with it. But so anyway, if you're into either Henry Rollins or New Kids on the Block or both, there's got to be a couple of people in the middle of that Venn diagram. They've both announced shows coming through. Alan, Facebook, people are hitting me up as though I don't know. Yes, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, those are all still down. They're still contending with that. By the way, my favorite headline of the day is Google is the most searched term on Bing. Boy, that's got to make you feel bad when you... First of all, who's searching the word Google? I mean, if you type Google in, Google will come up.
But they're Bing, if you buy certain PCs, it automatically comes, when you open up your browser.
Yeah, it defaults to Bing.
So they're like, I don't want to use Bing. Go to Google. So you go to Google and then
apparently
you type
there
in
are a lot of people doing that because they said Google was
funny.
the most searched term on Bing.
Hey, Bing is probably not mad. They're like, finally, at least, as long as we're getting used, we don't care.
I didn't even know Bing was still around.
Yeah.
Didn't even know it was still around.
So there was ask.com, or it was Ask Jeeves, and then it turned into Ask. So what
Ask. I thought you said ask.com. I was like, that's a whole other site.
Ask.com.
Yeah, Ask Jeeves. Sure. I remember, what were the other ones? There was Hotbot. Remember, there were other search engines. Web Crawler. There you go.
What's the...
Marvel sued them, I think.
Who was... Alta Vista?
Sure. That one, too. Yeah.
Web crawler is the first one that we used. I mean, Yahoo used to be a search engine. I guess it still is. Isn't it?
Technically it is, I guess. Yeah. By the way, happy birthday to our own Mike from Parma, who is celebrating today. He contributes in his own way to, over the years, some of the best lines that have been on this show.
Absolutely.
Mike from Parma is consistently very funny. He couldn't be nicer when you meet him in person, and he's having a birthday today. Yes, Poundcake?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, you sounded like you were going to say something. You see R. Kelly's going to rat everybody out?
I saw this coming a mile away. I told you.
A week ago, before they handed down this verdict on R. Kelly, his lawyer had the audacity to compare him to Martin Luther King Jr. Because that's your go-to, I guess, when you've got a black guy who's accuses him of things, is they pull out Martin Luther King Jr.,
Martha Luther King Jr.
Martha Luther, yeah, right, Thomas Menino. But, but R. Kelly now says he's going to snitch on everybody involved.
Martha Luther King Jr.
Yeah. He says that he is going to, he's going to name names. He's going full on Joe McCarthy. He plans to snitch on a rapper and a big singer, which I think is unfair. Adele lost a lot of weight and worked very hard doing it.
Maybe it's not Adele. Maybe it's Lizzo.
So I bet when he says I'm going to snitch on a rapper and a big singer, I bet, because he's certifiably a moron, he's talking about himself. He's going to say, you guys should look into this guy, R. Kelly.
Now, hear me out, because I think I have an idea who the rapper and big singer is.
Okay.
The rapper is Jay-Z, because they did a tour together. And the singer...
Jay-Z's a pedophile. Nobody would buy that. There's no information to point anyone in that direction.
Oh, okay, but
Jim DeRogatis of the Chicago Tribune has been working on R. Kelly since the mid-'90s when no one would pay attention to him, and he's finally vindicated. He was the only guy for 15 years talking about R. Kelly when everybody thought he was crazy. Nobody's been doing that about Jay-Z.
Okay, well...
Give me another name.
I think the singer is Usher. Now,
he just gives girls the herp, doesn't he?
So does R. Kelly, and they're probably banging the same girls.
R. Kelly gave a lot of people a lot of things. He gave them nightmares.
He's probably banging Usher,
too. Lifetime therapy bills. Usher, huh?
Now, is he saying they were banging like underage girls like he was?
He's hoping to work with federal prosecutors to have his prison sentence reduced, and he says he wants to barter with prosecutors with information he has on other celebrities who he claims has or is engaging in illegal sexual contact with underage girls. He says that to reduce his prison time, he will name names. He'll provide evidence against other celebrities. This sounds a lot like the My Pillow guy. Like, he doesn't really have anything. He's just
But
like,
it doesn't
hey, how about if I give you some names? And
why does he even want to be released? He has nothing to come back to. He has no money. He has no friends. Like, he has no job.
Yeah, but doesn't mean you want to be in prison.
In prison.
He's probably safer in prison.
Being out of... No one's safer in prison than out of prison.
If he gets out and he got out by snitching on other rappers, you think he's just going to walk the...
First off, he's not going to get out. He's just trying to reduce his prison time. He's gonna do time.
Well, right now he's looking at 10 years. That's just in the New York case.
Yeah, they still have to do the Chicago case.
Yeah, so I'm saying if he's gonna reduce 10 years, okay, he gets out in 6 or he gets out in 5. He still has to come back to an everyday life,
now,
and people are watching him.
The caveat here to me is that this is supposedly a member of R. Kelly's inner circle who says that R. Kelly will name names. I don't think this is R. Kelly saying, I don't think this is a quote from him. The claim is that he plans to snitch on, one is a, quote, rapper, and the other one is, quote, a huge singer. So here's what I think. I think the rapper is Lady Gaga, and I think the huge singer is Tony Bennett. I think it's Barbara Streisand and Cool Mo D. That's who I think.
What if it's literally somebody like you would never, ever expect? Like a stand-up individual, like someone, I don't even know who, like Denzel Washington. We're like, not Denzel!
Well, he's neither a rapper nor a huge singer. So, I mean...
But R. Kelly also can't read, so he's probably like... he's like a rapper.
I thought that said raper. I know a bunch of those guys.
Denzel
I know
Washington.
a bunch of rapers.
You said rapper. Oh. That's what that said?
Oh, I thought that said actor.
I bet he ends up naming people that are already dead.
Gene Wilder.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, yeah, I think it's
Biz
Tupac.
Marquis.
And they're like, what? He's been dead for a bit.
The other's a huge singer. Luther Vandross? Skinny Luther or Fat Luther? So whether or not that's the case, I don't know. This story is not exactly... It's still just kind of floating around on gossip sites and things, but he faces up to 100 years in prison just from this New York case unless he cuts a deal with federal prosecutors. But I got to tell you, wouldn't you give that information up way before now? Wouldn't you come to them and go, guys?
No, because if you give it up before now, I think it's admitting guilt. And so now that he's been found guilty, he's like, well, now that I'm guilty, let's...
But they were never he had to know. His team had to tell him they're never going to find you innocent. There's just the vast preponderance of evidence for the past quarter century.
Right, but you still have to go through the process.
I guess so.
Because if you start pleading, then you know.
You don't want to show your cards too early. Well, so we'll find out. We'll find out who the alleged rapper is. What if it's Macklemore?
Yep.
Blasphemy.
What if it's...
He's worked with, like, everybody in the industry. Everybody.
Well, it doesn't have to be somebody he's worked with.
Even Celine Dion.
But it doesn't have to be anybody he's worked with. Granted, you're right. He's worked with a lot of people. Doesn't have to be somebody that he has...
I'm just saying that's why that makes sense as to why none of the artists like speak out about him, or like a lot of the artists aren't speaking out about him, is because he has dirt on everyone, and no one wants to piss off anybody because they're like, he gonna reveal my dirt. I don't need that. So let me just shut up.
What if the huge singer is Corey Feldman? And the whole time, his whole Hollywood pedophile ring thing has been projection to divert the attention away from him. That'd be a bombshell. There's no bombshells anymore. You know what? Information is so vast and broad and easily disseminated now. There are no more bombshells. That's why you see the word bombshell in so many articles, because they have to get your attention, but it's never a bombshell. Facebook whistleblower with bombshell on how the company operates. Yeah, they like to make money by making people pissed off. Got it. Not exactly a bombshell. That's what.
Which is pretty obvious, too.
Pretty obvious.
You saw how that was the majority of things on your timeline.
What was the last bombshell? Like legitimate. People are talking about these Panama Papers. Even that the Washington Post and all these papers collaborated on in unveiling these world leaders who have tax shelters and things like, okay, the details are interesting, but this is not shocking.
Right, and
King Abdullah of Jordan has money in an offshore tax shelter? Wow.
We've
what a
known
bombshell.
about the Panama Papers for a while, too. I mean, I know there's new...
Pandora Papers.
Pandora
Sorry,
Papers.
Yeah.
Okay, there's Panama and the Pandora. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's basically the... Yeah.
The Panama Papers are about David Lee Roth retiring, I believe.
Panama.
No, the Pandora Papers or whatever.
Pandora Papers,
Yeah.
that's what it was.
They're like, oh my God, all these world leaders who ran on populism and they're secretly rich. Yes, that's what it all is.
That's what it always is.
That's what it always is. When was the last bombshell you heard? We were like, oh my God, really? Norm Macdonald is dead. That's a bombshell. But it's not even. It's not like.
But that's not.
It's not a revelation. That's a world.
It's not
of
like a scandal kind of bombshell.
Don't know, but that's why you see the word bombshell used so incessantly, because they're like, we got to get people to. Because invariably you'll read some bombshell report and then you'll read it. It'd be like, oh, on the new Trump book. Yes, all of that makes sense. He's a moron, doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't care. Yeah, that's not a bombshell. Just because it's information we didn't have before doesn't mean it's a bombshell.
Yeah, because
the words have to mean something.
It was bombshell stuff, but it was on stuff that like Bill Cosby. Bombshell accusations about Bill Cosby, but then you find out that those accusations have been going on for a long time. He just was kind of covering them up for a while.
Yeah. I mean, like what constitutes a bomb? Just because I don't know about it, that doesn't make it a bombshell. There's a lot of things I don't know about. Bombshell, the Fox News movie. That was pretty good. Charlize Theron played Megyn Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't like it?
I know. I loved it. I thought
that was great.
I think it was really well.
Margot Robbie, that's your girl.
Oh, I love Margot Robbie. She's so beautiful and so talented.
Oh, she's lovely and talented.
Did she win an Oscar for Wolf of Wall Street?
For what?
Wolf of Wall Street?
For what?
Wolf of Wall Street.
I don't know if she won an Oscar for either of those movies. I don't think she has, no.
I don't think she's won an Oscar yet.
Nope. But she is lovely.
She's been nominated. She was nominated in Bombshell and I, Tonya, which... Oh, I forgot about that one. That was a great movie, too.
Yep.
I, Tonya, I did not expect that. That was a hidden gem.
That was a great...
That was a bombshell. Her performance was a bombshell.
It was a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be.
I did not recommend that movie to you. I saw it. I was like, this is one of my top 5 movies. I can't believe that. About a figure skater. I didn't even know the scandal happened. I was real young.
She was Sharon Tate in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yep.
A little part in that.
She's the best.
You were a kid when Tonya Harding thing happened, weren't you?
That was a bombshell.
Bombshell.
The Tonya Harding thing, that was a bombshell.
The fact that people could be so malicious. I mean, I'm not laughing at that, but I can't believe they broke her kneecaps.
Did they? I don't think they broke them. They
broke
severely bruised her legs and
Just the way they did it, it was just so dramatic. They're like, all right, make it hurt. He said, clink.
It was so so clunky. Yeah.
It's not funny, but just the dramatization of it all.
Your incessant laughter would indicate otherwise.
But it's a dramatization. I'm not laughing at the actual event. Like, if you're watching a fake car accident on TV, I can laugh because it's fake. But a real car accident, I'm like, oh my God.
Listen, people are texting me their thoughts on who the rapper could be and who the huge singer could be.
Let's hear him.
He's going to snitch on Drake. He's been grooming girls for years.
No.
Drake seems to be too new to the game, though, for R. Kelly. I feel like he's going to do a deeper dive. Remember how Tekashi 6ix9ine snitched, then went on to be murdered? He didn't get murdered.
He didn't get murdered. He's still alive.
Still alive. I think they're joking.
Yeah, I think that's a joke.
How young was Beyonce when she met Jay-Z?
17.
What's the difference there? It's not like illegal difference. They're like 10 years apart, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I know Beyonce's around... What, like late 30s?
Jay-Z's 51 and Beyonce
just turned 40.
Oh, she just turned 40?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean...
So Jay's and Beyonce
but I feel like
have
they
been
didn't
together
get
for a while.
together until she was very much of age.
Well, her thing is, no one really looked at anyway because her dad was right there. Like, Michael Knowles was or Matthew Knowles, was like in the studio with them and everything. And she actually was going to work with R. Kelly, like Destiny's Child was going to work with R. Kelly, but he wanted them to come down to the studio at like 3 a.m, like crazy times. And Matthew was like, no.
What if the singer's Rick Astley and it throws off that whole tour?
Oh, no. He's a huge singer, Rick Astley.
But what proof could
And
he
the worst
have?
part about the worst part about those articles is they're going to spell pedophile with an A. Jared Leto, no. Chet Hanks, Sinatra, Fred Durst, and Hootie. What if the rapper is Snow?
Who would lock up Jared Leto?
Uncle Cracker. Is he a rapper? Drake.
How is
Michael Jackson? Yeah, gee, there's a bombshell.
Yeah, Michael
Oh,
Jackson.
my God.
That's what I was talking about, where he's going to call it somebody that's dead.
Yeah.
And also already accused of all these things.
I don't understand how Tekashi 6ix9ine is just out walking around.
Because nobody cares about him. I mean, what's it going to accomplish for them to kill him?
They kill people for less. What do you mean?
Well, you're going to kill somebody because there's a reason you want them dead. And it's not always just revenge. He's walking around. Nobody cares about Tekashi 6ix9ine. People barely cared about him before all this Michigas happened.
I just can't believe he made that much money in that short amount of time. Like, he had like $5 million that he was willing
I think most people are lying about how much money they make. Because in that game,
Not me. I make $100 billion a year.
That's right.
And
Bill Squire.
I got the
everybody.
receipts.
Yep, worth every penny. Alan, the Ariel Castro thing was a bombshell.
Yeah.
That's
was.
true. It's a good call.
And of course, it had happened here in Cleveland.
Well, sure. So I wasn't even talking about local bombshells, but that's absolutely a bombshell.
That was a nationwide, worldwide bombshell.
Worldwide bombshell. Those girls came crawling out of there.
I knew something was wrong when a little pretty white girl ran into a black man's arms. Dad gave away. Dad gave away. My neighbor got big testicles because we see this dude every day. We eat ribs with this dude, but we getting bad at glue that that girl put in that house. She said, please help me get it out. Dad give away. Dad give away. Dad give away. Dad give away. Dad give away.
Alan the rapper's 50 Cent and the singer is Art Garfunkel. There you go. All right. He's going to snitch on people not that big or dead. Yeah.
Now, do you think
Biggie and Cisco?
Yeah.
Do you think Ariel Castro killed himself or no?
Yeah.
Well, he did kill himself, yes. Oh, you mean like Jeffrey Epstein, trying to do an Epstein thing? Yes. Ariel Castro had no stomach. That guy wasn't exactly... He was a coward from the jump. That's why he was taking young girls. That's why he was... Yeah.
But wasn't Jeffrey Epstein a coward then? So why couldn't he... Why isn't it possible that...
He might have been.
Well, there's a difference between kidnapping girls locally and having dirt on a bunch of prominent people.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody looked the other way while Jeffrey Epstein... I'm not convinced that Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, but if there's any conspiracy theory that I would buy into, it would be that one. Because there's so much reason for so many people to want him gone. I bet the rapper is Cornell Haynes Jr. Ooh, that's gonna cut into that Burger King meal that got his face all over.
It's probably T.I.
And his wife.
Which guy was that?
T.I. and his wife.
Who's Cornell Haynes?
Nelly.
Nelly,
Yeah.
that's right.
Or Nas.
Oh, Nas. He was in a joint for a while, right? Who was Mace was the guy that was in prison for a while, right? He found Jesus.
What if Diddy?
Yeah!
Diddy the Diddler.
Diddley. I got a break. I'll have those Volbeat tickets for you. Nationwide Arena in Columbus. It's Volbeat and Ghost co-headlining in February, Monday the 7th. So if you want to go, hook you up coming back. 35192 to text, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. see Ghost and Volbeat. They're on a co-headlining tour. They'll go to Columbus, the Nationwide Arena in Columbus on Monday, February the 7th of next year. Not that far off. LiveNation.com if you want more details on the show. Tickets for you around this time all week. So first pair goes to you. Good luck. Caller 10 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Skinny girls got that wop, but big girls got that. This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I think Volbeat and Ghost are both getting ready to drop new albums, if I'm not mistaken.
Poundcake's very excited about that. He's a huge fan. Huge fan of Volbeat and Ghost.
Poundcake is?
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. He didn't just find out who they were during the last commercial break when he was asking
you?
me, hey, can you pay attention? Because we don't have any water here, so he's running to get some water from the tap. And he's like, I don't know what we're giving away. And it's like, I think Ghost and Volbeat tickets. And he's like, what's that? And I was like, we've mentioned it a few times.
I mean, he doesn't need to know who they are. He just needs to give them away. You know what I mean?
I know, but
yeah,
he didn't know that they were bands.
Gotcha. Volbeat I like a lot. Ghost can't get into, but
I like 'em
either
both.
way, yeah. Volbeat I like the cut of their jib. They got Rob Caggiano playing for them. These guys are Danish, but Rob Caggiano played for Anthrax for a long, long time, so I don't know if he's replacing somebody or what, but this is called Shotgun Blues, which is brand new from Volbeat. I assume MMS has been playing it. The new Volbeat album is called Servant of the Mind, and it's going to be out December the 3rd. But I like these guys. They're kind of rockabilly. They're kind of metal. I think the singer has got a real interesting sound, and yeah, I dig them.
I saw them at the Agora a few years ago, and it was a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, the singer used to sing for another band that I guess was a really big deal in Denmark, and they took the name Volbeat from one of their albums or something. But hey, Cavs basketball is back on WMMS as of tomorrow night. It's preseason ball, but it'll be good to hear them play. They'll be in Chicago to play the Bulls at the United Center, 8 o'clock tip. So pre-game, about an hour after we get out of here, I think is how that lays out.
Going to the first Cavs game I'm going to, I'll probably go to one before this, but me and my buddy got tickets for the Boston Celtics when they come to town. And I love going to Cavs games.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Basketball.
Yeah, basketball's great. Jared Allen, of course, has a $100 million contract. So
is he lying about it? He said everybody lies about how much they make.
No, in the rap game, people lie about how much they make because you got to always make it look like you're, you got to always look like you're flossing.
No, it's like, I got to be on a budget.
I'd like to see a rapper on a budget. Somebody's got to be doing that.
Listen, you've seen rappers on a budget. They're just not. You didn't know they were rappers.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
They're just still trying to get their mixtape to take off?
They're just out there living their life.
Okay. So you're going to the Celtics-Cavs game?
Yes.
Mid-November?
Yep.
Gotcha.
It's a Monday night because my buddy works on the weekend, so we can't go to a weekend game together. So we're going to hit up a nice Monday fun day.
Monday fun day. Well, maybe I'll go see them when the Bulls are in town. That's a school night, but it'd be fun.
What day is that?
8th of December. It'll be my son's 21st birthday.
That's crazy.
So I'm sure he'll be out there getting lit. Getting litty, as the kids say. So Cavs basketball preseason tomorrow night. The home opener is the 22nd. Season opener is 2 nights before. They'll play the Memphis Grizzlies. And then the home opener is against the Hornets of Charlotte. And you'll hear all of it here on WMMS.
Ooh, Miso Hornets.
Yeah. Alan, I thought Volbeat was a Pokemon. I don't know that it's not.
Could be.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's what. I'm not sure that that's what they're going with. I got the Ghost fans now mad that I didn't come back with some Ghost. Listen, I like Volbeat. It's my show. What do you want from me? Ghost doesn't blow my skirt up. I don't think that a band who looks like that should sound like Maroon 5. They
don't sound like Maroon 5.
They don't sound like they look.
No, but they sound good.
I want them to sound like they look. Is that too much to ask?
What should Ghost sound like?
Not this. It's a hunter's mood. All right. Come on. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that there was an open. That there was a gap for goth dance, I guess. Yeah, okay. Anyway. No, listen. No disrespect. A lot of people like them. It's a very popular band. I remember when they were called Ghost BC. Before, I think, lawsuits ensued or whatever. But, the whole, like, visual vibe of that band, I dig. And then I expect them to sound like Venom or something. And it ain't that. But there's a lid for every pot, so good for them. Somebody mashed up Britney Spears, as timely as today's headlines, with the B-52s and Rob Zombie. This is a guy I'd never heard of before.
Triple mashup.
The Professor Nick Harrison. I guess this guy's a big deal on TikTok. And most people are, right? When somebody gets big, they're getting big on TikTok. The TikTokers are digging them.
They're not getting big on Facebook anymore.
I guess.
Dude, this is lit!
Yeah, it's pretty good. You can't mix Britney, the B-52s, and Rob Zombie. Hold my beer. This guy. Yeah, the Professor Nick Harrison is what he goes by.
That was good. I liked it a lot.
He does point out that this is DJ Cummerbund's mix. Well, then what's he... Oh, I see.
So he's just posting it?
Oh, I guess. But he's got headphones on. It makes it look like he's doing it.
Well, stolen valor, man.
I love the shares and love, but remember, this is a DJ Cummerbund mix. Oh.
Okay, so he's just... So what does he do on TikTok?
I don't know.
Just share other people's stuff?
I don't know.
He's a content aggregator?
His Twitter profile lists him as a child of God. Father and teacher.
You don't have to put that in your profile.
Member of the Bills Mafia. As seen on WWE's The Bump, SmackDown. Okay. Sideline reporter for GSU. Whatever that is. Okay, so he was reposting, but he's behind a laptop and he's like dancing. He's got headphones on. So, right, stolen valor. I'm glad that he made that delineation there, though.
Do you need, if you believe that we're all children of God, why do you need to put that in your bio?
Oh, you're asking him, not me, because I don't believe that.
I'm asking the world, yes.
Oh, I see.
I don't understand, like, if that's what you believe, is it just a simple reminder? I don't know. It just seems like, if you want to say you're a Christian or whatever,
well,
that makes sense. But just be like, God's my dad. That's weird.
God's my dad.
Well, that's what you're saying.
Well, if
you're a child of God, God's your dad.
If he's stealing DJ Cummerbund's valor, of course he's going to steal Jesus Christ's valor.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it doesn't
but
mean
we're
no,
all. But if you believe in
only
that,
begotten son. The rest of us are just spirit children or whatever.
I see.
They
all
always
right.
have some explanation for it.
We're like Cleon the Third in Foundation. Is anybody watching Foundation, by the way?
I don't even know what
Over on Apple
Foundation
Plus.
is.
It's this Isaac Asimov book that Apple spent a ton of money on to make into this monster sci-fi epic show.
Okay, I've seen the previews for it.
It's really boring. I mean, it's fun to watch, but I'm like now watching it because I'm like, well, I can't give up. This guy Lee Pace is in it, and I like him a lot.
Oh yeah, he was Ronan.
He was Ronan in Guardians of the Galaxy. He was on the show called *Halt and Catch Fire*, and I like him in a lot of things, and so I'm mostly watching it for him. And this guy Jared Harris, who was on Mad Men.
Is it? It's slow.
It is slow, boy. But you can tell. I mean,
it looks good. Like the previews look interesting.
You can see every penny they spent on screen, boy. It is a big production. But I have a feeling Apple was hoping this was going to be their big tentpole, but it's from this pretty obscure sci-fi book that So I'm watching it because I'm a nerd for that stuff. I like it. But wow, is it slow. And the timeline jumps all over and, whatever.
I'll give it a shot, but I think I'm going to dive into Squid Games tonight.
Yeah, I guess I have to because everybody's talking about it.
See what that's all about.
Alan, that's the first ghost I've ever heard. My God, was that horrible. Getting multiple texts to that effect.
That is not the only time you've heard Ghost. If you listen to this station about, 3-4 years ago, Rats was on a loop.
Yes, we played Rats all the time on MMS.
See, I like this a lot more.
Rats, I don't mind.
I like this a lot more than that other song.
It's that dancey crap that I don't,
Into your sector.
I just don't think that they should sound like that if that's how they look. If they're like trolling people, but all of their imagery is like, we're satanic popes and all that, and then they sound like that. But again, people who love them really love them, so I defer to them.
That's the same way Kiss was, where they look all demonic and stuff, and then they're like, hey, it's my penis gun.
Penis gun. I guess. Fine. I wasn't into Kiss much either. But yeah, Penis Gun was a huge hit for Kiss. It was, I remember that. Yeah,
Penis Gun.
Penis Gun. Yeah, I remember it.
Penis Gun.
Mm-hmm. God, I remember how mad my dad was when Lick It Up came out, and I was listening to that all the time. Lick It Up was the first album where they took their makeup off. And my parents gave me a wide berth when it came to music because I'm playing the drums. My brother had started playing the bass. And we were listening to heavy metal. We were listening to Iron Maiden and Judas Priest and Motorhead and that kind of stuff. And my friends, I was the oldest, so I didn't have older siblings to turn me on to stuff. And my friends' older siblings were listening to like Zeppelin and Clapton. One of my friends' older brothers was on the Depeche Mode side of things. So he was listening to like early alt, Susie and the Banshees and things like that. And I'm listening to Kiss. My dad had no truck for this whatsoever. He, my dad's a serious man. He could not have, he just like, you in there with your lick 'em up. I just remember just verbatim, you in there with your lick 'em up. And I'm not going to correct my dad because it's not for him, it's for me. Yeah, but I got into Kiss when they got a little bit dirtier. Not when they were all cartoony. I got into them when they were a few years there where they were like, okay, we don't have the makeup on anymore, so we're going to try to position ourselves to be a little bit grittier. And they had about a 10-year period where they were trying that. And then they went back to the makeup. Because they're like, that's what people want. You give the people what they want. People didn't want all hell's breaking loose. But boy, my parents they were not pleased when I was listening to a tape, mind you, not an album. I had Lick It Up on cassette. What are they licking up? Dad, it's not. Don't worry about it. You know.
What was the disco song they did?
I Was Made for Loving You.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. As much heat as they got, people still love that song.
That song slaps.
Yeah.
As they say. As the kids
That's
say.
what Kiss always said, is that this song slaps. That's right.
Did they say call him a slapper?
Probably.
Now they play this in makeup.
Yes. Yes, this is the most Ghost that they ever got. Did you see that they're auctioning off? God, what did I read? They were auctioning off, and all I could think of was Paul Stanley. They're auctioning off the royalties for the Folgers jingle.
Oh, really?
It's like a real-life NFT, but you actually get something for it. Yeah. 1984 is when Folgers debuted their Wet Best Part of Waking Up, and we played the Paul Stanley one that never aired for obvious reasons once you hear it, but they must have thrown him a bunch of money. And they're auctioning off the royalties for the jingle.
For the jingle? Or
for the jingle itself.
Not the Paul Stanley one, though.
Not the Paul Stanley, just for the jingle.
The jingle. Wow, that's good royalties, probably.
The final amount that the jingle sold for was $90,000. The jingle each year... the royalties over the past year come to about $12,000. So they were auctioning in the which I'd never heard of before. I've heard of like people buying, songwriting catalogs and things, but I'd never heard of royalties being auctioned off. I guess it's the same thing, but advertising royalties. So somebody bid $90,000, and if you keep getting $12,000 a year, it's paid for in a few years. And
you could probably do something with it. Well,
the owner will
you
earn.
You don't get to choose how it's distributed or anything.
Well,
like that?
the owner earns money every time the song is used in a Folgers commercial, in film, on radio, or any time it's streamed online, which on average they say comes to about $12,000 a year. Now, here would be the dick move, is for Folgers to stop using that jingle.
Exactly.
They auction it off, and then they go, we're going to go in a different direction.
Here's what I would do. I would do a documentary on Folgers, the Tiger King of Folgers.
Yeah.
That way it becomes the most popular thing on Netflix, and then Netflix has to pay all the royalties.
There you go.
And then boom.
You saw Tiger King 2 is coming.
Yeah. We didn't need it.
Nobody cares. They're like, Carol Baskin's very unhappy about this. Yeah, no, I am too. Nobody cares about Tiger King 2. What else is there to say? Here's Paul Stanley doing Folgers.
This is your wake-up call. Time to reach, go for it all. Folgers stirs inside.
He's in a circus tent. He's essentially serenading a trapeze artist, and he's holding a hot cup of Folgers.
As one does
in
most
a pirate
mornings.
shirt. Yep.
And I know what I can be. Limit is the sky. Hey world, watch me fly. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
And then he does this David Copperfield move with his arm, which I don't get at all. I don't know if that's supposed to imply that he then makes himself disappear into the ether.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or what?
But that is definitely, I would put that top 5 jingles of all time.
Yeah, and now you own it if you were the person who...
What's another all-time jingle? Shake and Bake.
Yeah, Folgers. I'm trying to think what else.
I feel like Chicken Tonight, that one.
I feel like chicken tonight, like chicken tonight.
Poundcake, what's your all-time jingle?
That's what I'm saying. I feel like I would have one, but I don't remember. Not off the top of my head.
Well, this is the perfect show for you.
Alan, Bill McClintock just dropped a Hall & Oates 9 Inch Nails mashup. Have you heard that? I can't get closer for that. It's pretty good.
You let me desecrate you.
Yep.
You let me penetrate you. You let me complicate you.
That's the video where everybody realized that Trent Reznor has like Freddie Mercury teeth because he's in shadow and profile, and you're like, holy cow, this guy's eating corn cob. He's eating corn on the cob through a chain link fence. Holy Christ. I don't know if he's gotten him fixed since the early 90s, but.
You know, baby back ribs. That one's up there.
Well, mine is local though.
Okay, that's fine.
And it's been around since I was a kid. That Liberty commercial has been around.
Oh, Liberty,
and they keep adding names to it. It's like now Los Angeles, Compton, Seattle,
Buenos Aires.
Oh, is that old?
It's old.
Oh, I thought I was
it's
under
like 20, 25 years old.
I was under the
least.
impression it started shortly after I got here.
No, I feel like that's been around for a long time.
That's been around forever, but it's always longer. I'm like, damn, how many cities they gonna add? Detroit, Minneapolis, Toronto,
the Empire one,
Ottawa, Zimbabwe,
JG Wentworth. They bring it.
877. Yep, 877 cash now. Oh, I want a cell phone. How could that be? If you get a cell phone, we'll go into bankruptcy. Singular's new phone has lots of possibilities. Don't you know you pay as you go? That was the one I was thinking of.
There you go.
Singular, yeah.
I knew you had it.
Yeah.
JG Wentworth?
JG Wentworth, man. That's a banger.
Where they're on the bus?
Yeah. You have a structured settlement
Yes,
and
Viking
you need cash now. Call JG Wentworth. 877 cash now.
They get the opera singers.
Yeah.
877 cash now.
Wow. He's up there. He's getting that.
He's getting there.
Cake's working on it. Yeah.
$5 foot long. That was
They're
one.
shattering glass.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, bitch.
The $5 foot long. That was. Well, what's the? We play it all the time where it's. Oh, the Charmin booty. That's a newer one.
My Charmin Booty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mega Rolls.
Shiny Heiny.
Shiny Heiny. Yeah. Well, I mean, Empire Carpet started in Chicago, so we grew up listening to that with a local phone number, and then they got the 800 number, and then they blew up nationwide. But it's still a great jingle.
Yeah.
They animated the guy. We grew up with a guy, that dude, in the commercials. And I don't even know his name, but it was a local phone number. Because it was just 588-2300. That was a local 312 number. And then it became, they tacked on 800 on the front of it when they went national. Meow Mix, somebody says.
Oh, yeah.
Yum, yum. Is that the yum, yum?
Yeah.
Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum, yum.
What are you're in there pitching that to your boss. You're like, all right, what do you got for me today, Gary? What? Meow, meow, meow.
It's a demo. I'm sure he's not in there singing live.
No, you do it live. If I know anything because of sketch comedy, you pitch all your jingles live. Of
course.
Like Round Ball Rock.
And I hope he has like an ensemble behind him. Like he has like
dressed like cats.
They darken the room.
Yeah, bring the lights down.
Yep.
Well, it's the Gaffigan joke about Hot Pocket, too.
Oh,
Working
yeah.
on the Hot Pocket jingle. Hot Pocket. By Minute. Costanza. I've got a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. I'll have those Carnival of Horrors passes for you after the break here. That's at the Stark County Fairgrounds. Also throw in a couple of passes for you to check out Halloween Kills, which drops on the 15th. And you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
Going on now through Halloween. Bigger and better than ever, the Stark County Fairgrounds in Canton. You can go to carnivalofhorrors.com, and I'll throw you a couple of tickets for the preview screening of Halloween Kills. Supposedly the last one. Return of Mike Myers. It's in theaters and streaming only on Peacock on Friday, October the 15th. So Carnival of Horrors and Halloween Kills passes for you, the all things Halloween lover. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Wait, girl, we got a pen and paper. Okay. Well, can we call right now? We got to call. Get the phone. Can we get the facts?
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Say which one about David Lee Roth. The guy could write a song, write his ass off. Eat 'Em and Smile was the first full-length album he put out after he left Van Halen. And he is calling it quits. David Lee Roth has announced his retirement. He gave it to the Las Vegas Review-Journal. The paper of note there in Sin City. I'm throwing in the shoes. I'm retiring. A song called Elephant Gun off of Eat 'Em and Smile. In fact, David Lee Roth, for whatever reason, he recut that whole album in Spanish. 1986, Eat 'Em and Smile came out, and he had collected for himself a murderer's row of musicians, too. He had Greg Bissonette playing the drums. He had Steve Vai playing guitar. I think these guys played on his first two albums. On Skyscraper, Billy Sheehan playing the bass. And it was a great album, front to back. One of the few albums that doesn't have a dud in the bunch. And he said he's done. Sammy Hagar ain't giving it up. David Lee Roth is going to be 67 years old this Sunday. Sammy Hagar will be 74 a week later. And he just announced he's going to live stream his birthday bash. So Sammy's not stopping. But David Lee Roth is calling it a career. People are also pointing out, if you saw it going around on social media, I retweeted it. One of his videos said that he would retire on the 10th of December, 2021, which is his birthday. So he beat it by a few days. I don't think he even remembers the video for that song. Wednesday, by the way, the day after tomorrow, is the 1-year anniversary of Eddie Van Halen's death.
That's crazy. That's a year already.
Yeah. I wonder if that's got anything to do with it. You know, things were already kind of on the rocks when he and Van Halen were trying to make something happen. And David Lee Roth, you know, the joke is, I thought you retired a long time ago. But, you know, you're not retired until you say, I'm done. I'm not making any more music. I'm not doing any more shows. He's doing a handful of shows in Vegas. He's ending the Van Halen era, and he's ending his own stage career. He's doing 5 shows at the House of Blues at Mandalay Bay. He's going to do New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and then 3 shows first week of January. And these are my last 5 shows, he said. So David Lee Roth, Diamond Dave is done.
Hell of a career. Good for him.
Hell of a career. That's right. And who could forget the movie Airheads? Remember Airheads?
Loved Airheads. Airheads was very underrated.
All right, let me ask you a question. What side did you take in the big David Lee Roth Van Halen split?
What do you mean?
What side did you take, Halen or Roth?
Van Halen. He's a cop. Oh,
Oink,
oink.
It's Harold Ramis there at the door. The late, great Harold Ramis. Brendan Fraser, Steve Buscemi, Joe Mantegna. Joe, that's how underrated that movie is. Joe Mantegna was the cool DJ.
Yeah.
Ian the Shark. Yeah, that's a very underrated movie. Sandler, before Sandler was really a thing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he was still on SNL at that point. Chris Farley's in it. It's great.
Yep.
What was the other question they asked to go? Who's more powerful, Lemmy or God?
Trick question. Lemmy is God.
Good answer.
Roth said that he had spoken to Alex Van Halen, his friend for 50 years, and of course co-founder of the band Van Halen. And he said, Al and I speak to each other constantly, 2 or 3 times a day. Well, who knew? You know, he and Eddie Van Halen had a famously acrimonious relationship. And so I don't know what led to this. He's being kind of very...
maybe he's sick.
Circumspect about it. Yeah, maybe he is. But, you know, he famously went off for a while. He was in Japan for a long time, so he comes back just covered in tattoos. His torso, his arms.
But even before that, I mean...
He was an EMT in New York.
Era, yeah.
Yeah. He was busted with pot in Central Park. Then he was an EMT in New York. And then there's a lot of will they, won't they, when they were going to reunite with Van Halen, and then they didn't. But then they did. They put out a new album with him. But it was still kind of trying to grab all the past glories. But I have to think that Eddie Van Halen dying has got to be him going, this is it. What am I going to do? There was that video that went around a year or so ago that just bummed me out when the bachelor party was next door to David Lee Roth. We played it here. And he goes knocking on the guy's door, thinking they're going to go, oh my God, it's David Lee Roth. They had no idea who he was.
They didn't know who he was. Yeah.
Roth does admit that he'd been thinking about the departure of my beloved classmate recently, he said. Talking to Eddie Van Halen. But I always remember David Lee Roth's birthday because it's my middle brother's birthday. So my brother will be... my brother will be 50 on the 10th. David Lee Roth will be 67.
No, your brother will not be 50 on the 10th.
Yes.
You guys are not that close.
He'll be 49. I got my math wrong there. He will be 49 years old. He's 15 months younger than I am.
I've heard of Irish twins before, but that's a little close.
My brother came out a few months after I did.
What are Irish twins? Like, what do they... What is
Irish twins?
Yeah, what do they call that?
I don't know.
Well, I'm saying, what is Irish twins?
You never heard of Irish twins?
No.
It's when you have like siblings that are about a year apart or less.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see.
Okay, because I've heard of hood twins, and that is when the baby dad gets 2 women pregnant at the same time.
Hood twins. So
they have the same daddy.
Yeah.
But different mamas.
Like Antonio Cromartie.
Yeah.
No, my middle brother and I are 15 months apart. So my mom had me and then said, I want to get knocked up right away.
Yeah, that's pretty much Irish twins.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, like your mom was pregnant back to back. Like as soon as she could get pregnant again, she was pregnant again.
She was, yeah. I
guess you can't be like a year apart. It's got to be about 15 months or so.
So David Lee Roth says, I'm encouraged and compelled to come to grips with how short time is, and my time is even shorter. And so he's hanging it up.
Well,
he said, my doctors told me to address that every time I go on stage, I endanger that future that I might have. And so, yeah.
Meanwhile, Sammy Hagar almost 7 years older than him.
Sammy Hagar will be 74.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
next week.
Dude, probably as far as 73, 74-year-olds, I can't think of one that looks better than Sammy Hagar.
Sammy Hagar looks amazing. I mean, obviously,
he looks incredible.
I just saw him. I mean, he did that charity thing for Akron Children's.
It wasn't. Usually, there's like the red carpet photos they put out, and things are a little bit doctored or whatever. He looks great in these Instagram photos that you guys are posting.
Yeah.
He looks incredible.
He's still got
he moves good.
He's probably coloring his hair. I don't know, but I mean, he moves. He can still run around and do it. Again, David Lee Roth was doing scissor kicks, well into his 30s. So David Lee Roth put his body through a lot more than Sammy Hagar did. Hagar had his...
I just had a friend
doing his thing too. But
text me they are 10 months apart from their sister. So that is Irish twins right
there.
There
you go.
Whoa,
wow,
man.
Yeah.
One
right to it.
Yep. Knock me up again. I got a 1-month-old. Let's do this. So David Lee Roth is retiring. Sammy Hagar will be live streaming his birthday bash from Catalina Island this Saturday. You can go to nugs.net for the info on that. If you were just here for that show he did at the Agora with his band The Circle, it was fantastic. But if you didn't see that, he'll be doing it.
There's a documentary about it on Netflix called The Circle. Just check it out.
My wife just finished that new season of The Circle.
The new season was good. Season 2 was kind of boring to me, but I liked season 3.
I got sucked in the last season. I didn't watch this one with her.
Season 3, I liked it. I liked the kid the person. There's a person that wins.
Oh, a person that wins.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad.
I like the person that wins.
Yeah.
It was a good one.
Is it they?
I just don't want to give away anything.
Are they
in case people
non-binary?
haven't watched it yet. They are
them.
Enjoyable. They're just entertaining.
If you're old enough to remember Eat 'Em and Smile, the David Lee Roth, because he put out that EP, put out Crazy from the Heat. I think while he was still with Van Halen, he put Crazy from the Heat. And that's the one with like Just a Gigolo and all that, there's all these songs that people were really surprised he did, and it kind of
that's Poundcake's anthem.
A precursor to what he would do later on in Vegas was the whole and David Lee Roth. But then Eat 'Em and Smile was his first full length, and it was full on rock and roll. But he re-recorded the whole thing in Spanish because I think somebody told him that people are really gonna dig this if
they can understand.
Yeah, it's called Sonrisa Salvaje. And they read an article in a magazine that said that over half of the Mexican population was between the ages of 18 and 27. So David Lee Roth gets a Spanish tutor and recuts every song in Spanish. And he changed some of the, it's David Lee Roth, so some of the lyrics are pretty racy. So he didn't want to offend too many people, so he basically flattened out some of the lyrics and recut the entire album in Spanish.
Yes, those
in a naked grab for that demographic.
Those people that speak Spanish, they don't like anything racy.
Puedo venderte mi protección. ¡Wow! Ese es tu amor o asesinato. No es el crimen del siglo. No me apuntes con eso. Refinando mi putería, soy nomás un desesperado.
I love it because he keeps the music's all the same. He's got to squeeze all those lyrics into the same meter. I love it.
I think it's better that way.
Armado y bravísimo. Soy tu extraño misterioso, tu contacto con el peligro me protejo con mi arma de casa mayor.
I mean, who else is doing that? Who has done that since? In rock and roll. I'm going to redo my album in Spanish. Because you don't have to do it.
No, because
like when Van Halen played Mexico, everybody knew that, you don't have to redo, but he did it. I don't know if it paid off. I don't know if it sold more. Copies. Oh, here it is. According to Billy Sheehan, the album wasn't well received, with many people considering it gringo Spanish. See, that's what can kick you in the ass. Is if you seem like you're pandering, or you have to change the lyrics to because you lose some stuff in translation.
Poundcake's holding something up for you there.
It was originally released on vinyl and cassette, but deleted almost immediately. A CD version didn't appear until 2007. Oh, God. Well, it's on YouTube. If you want Elephant Gun and Arma de Casa Mayor, a lot of folks get blown away. I like his chutzpah, though. Whatever chutzpah is in Spanish.
What is it in English?
Huh?
What's chutzpah in English?
Yeah, it's, you got your balls, right? Your audacity, right?
Because that's
the chutzpah of hope. That was that Obama book.
Is that Yiddish?
Yeah, Yiddish, yeah. What's your name, Austin?
Yes.
What's going on?
Oh, I'm calling because I heard somebody say the Hood Brothers, where you got a sibling that's like younger than you, but not by much? I got a brother that's actually 4 days younger than me. We got same dad, but a different.
Yeah, those are Irish twins. Same dad, but what?
No, that's the Hood twins.
Hood twins.
Oh, he's mixing his metaphors there.
And my brother's mother was one of my mom's best friends at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Your dad's savage. He is.
Does everybody get along, or was there some falling out there?
No, everybody still gets along.
That's
I don't
awesome.
believe that.
Well, take it from Austin. He's the one telling you.
So your mom, how long did it take to like mend that relationship? Because I'm sure it wasn't great
Probably a couple years, honestly. I didn't find out that me and him were brothers until second grade, actually, because we became best friends because we were in the same class.
He's like, hey, we look a lot alike. We should become best friends. It's like looking in a mirror. Hey, your dad isn't Urban Meyer by any chance, is he, Austin?
No.
Oh, okay. Just want to check. Okay. All right. Thank you, pal. I appreciate it. Hey,
you can't get a girl pregnant the way Urban Meyer was touching her.
No, depends on what he's putting on his hand ahead of time. We should be friends. We look a lot alike. Yeah, okay. Well, listen. Good for David Lee Roth. He's calling it a career. He tried his hand at radio. That did not last. He tried his hand at, I think he wrote a book somewhere. He tried a lot of things. David Lee Roth never let anyone stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Good for him. Did a hell of a career. He's easily, I'd say, top 5 frontmen of all time. Plant, Roth.
He never really did it for me.
Jagger.
I always thought he was
my whole world
corny.
was Van Halen before I discovered Metallica. When I was a kid and started playing the drums, my whole world was Van Halen. So David Lee Roth was, I hung on when Sammy showed up for Van Halen. I much preferred David Lee Roth with Van Halen than solo. That was that secret sauce. But, from the late 70s until mid-80s, it was... The sun rose and set for me on Van Halen. So David Lee Roth
I've never been a huge Van Halen guy, but I always liked the music a lot more than his singing.
Well, I was a sucker for the screaming, and he wrote all the lyrics, so I thought he just had an amazing turn of... Well, that's what I liked. They were just so out of nowhere, and it wasn't love songs about... Sammy is a much more... traditional songwriter. So the songs were about love and dreams and hope and whatever. And hey, let's get drunk and have some sex. And Van Halen, Roth songs were all about sex too, but he had a way with... A guy could turn a phrase, boy, even if you thought the lyrics were goofy, and they really were. They were much more kind of cartoony and, But I liked that.
Panama is an all-time great song. That's the one song I'll never turn off.
One of my least favorite Van Halen songs.
Well, that just shows you I'm a tourist when it comes to them.
Well, no, it's a huge hit song for them. Yeah, it's not like most people love Panama. Here was my problem with Panama. You know what I found with Panama? Very historically incorrect.
And that's I can see why that'd be so upsetting.
That was
when
my biggest
trying to rock out.
That was my biggest beef with it. Peter Gabriel re-recorded his second solo album in German. There you go. That was probably far less easy on the ears. Spanish has got a very romantic kind of twang to it, and German's a much more guttural tongue. But it's certainly not unprecedented. That song sounds like a terrible cover of Hot for Teacher. Well, here's the text. That song sounds like a terrible cover of Got It Bad for a Teacher. Oh, that's a great Van Halen song.
Got it bad for a teacher.
Alan, I'm a Hood twin, got a brother from another mother, but the kicker is we have the same birthday. He's 6 hours older.
Wow.
So I have a cousin that has the same birthday as me, but he's a year older. He's born on the same day.
Yeah, I don't have anything like that. 15 months is as good as it gets for me and my brother.
I just keep thinking about this story about that Brazilian soccer player. What was his name? They call him Hulk. And he is dating his ex-wife's niece. So I still can't get that family tree math right in my head. They are his kids and also ex-nephews, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't figure it out.
Because that would be the correct math. It's his kids and also his ex-nephews-in-law.
There are so many people in the world. I don't know why anyone would be like, I'm hanging out with my ex-wife's niece.
Well, it was his current wife's niece.
I thought you said ex-wife's niece.
Well, that's who it is now.
Oh, well,
but at
okay.
the time,
it was his wife's niece.
Yeah, I mean, just God. I know proximity makes things easier, but not in the long run.
Okay, but
in the short run, it makes it easy.
How he described it, he was a very unhappy man in his marriage, and what if it just so happened that he had to meet the wrong one, which was his wife, to meet the right one, which was his niece? Like what? Love finds you, mysterious. Like love.
Where's
works.
that Hallmark movie?
Let love find you.
Let my ex-wife's niece find me. Well, the hard wants what the hard wants.
Because he never would have met the one had he not married the wrong one. So you were just an experiment, love. You got your money.
Just a stepping stone.
We're both happier because we got divorced.
I guess so. Alan, my wife is 11 months older than her sister, and her sister is 11 months older than her brother.
Jeez.
Does that make them Irish triplets?
Yes.
Sure, yes. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Your mom.
The stitches weren't even healed.
Oh, God. Your mom really likes being pregnant. I got a break. I'll have those pardon me. Tool tickets for you. They have announced that show at the Romo Fijo in March, the 20th to be precise, of next year. So Tool tickets for you after this, 35192 if you want to text for anything else. And you can hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me.
right, for everyone who's been asking me, will you have Tool tickets, Alan? Yes, I will. About this time all week. Maynard and Tool have announced the tour. Fear Inoculum gets back out on the road with special guest, The Acid Helps. The huge international tour is going to come to Cleveland in March. They'll play the Romo Fijo on the 20th of March, next spring. You can go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com for details on the show, tickets, and whatnot. But I'll give you this pair here. Good luck. See you there. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When people say radio is dead, we disagree, but it does explain the smell. The Alan Cox Show is on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. If you want to send me a text, you can do it there. AlanCoxShow.com on Walk Live. Cavaliers basketball back on the Buzzard tomorrow night. Preseason Cavs ball in Chicago. They start up against the Bulls at 8 o'clock live from the United Center. The home opener is on the 22nd of this month. Season begins on the 20th. They're going to be playing Memphis in Tennessee that night. And then a couple of nights later, they will be here at home to play the Hornets of Charlotte. Alan, where was that? There's a lady on Housewives of Salt Lake City who was married to her step-grandfather. That tracks, right? Salt Lake City. They're doing all kinds of wacky, hinky stuff out there in the SLC. They've got punks. They've got women married to their step-grandfather. Why else do you set the Housewives franchise in Salt Lake City? Because you're going to have a girl married to her step-grandfather. That's why. Step-grandfather. You know, I had a step-grandfather, and he was a nice guy. I would have never considered marrying him, though. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from somewhere outside of Ohio or the far-flung reaches of Ohio, I know there are people out there in the corners who listen. Robert listens in Northwood, Ohio, wherever that is. Chris listens in Chicago. Matt is a new bureau chief in Roswell, Georgia. Jennifer listens in Austinburg, Ohio. That's on the PA border, so she's got to listen in the app. And Marie listens in Wampum, Pennsylvania. So thanks, one and all. Also, Evan is our bureau chief. I think we just have one in Des Moines, Iowa. And I saw the story about this guy in Des Moines who had to plead guilty in a dipping sauce rage case. You know, there's all kinds of rage in 2021 America. Their road, I think, is the OG. There was probably buggy rage back in the day.
Probably not as much.
Bicycle rage. Just, generic rage.
Yeah, just good old-fashioned white male rage.
White male rage. That's the OG, and this guy's no different. He had to cop to threatening to bomb a McDonald's when he didn't get dipping sauces for his McNuggets. Now, to me, it's got to be mitigating circumstances that he ordered a 30-piece. Because, if you just get the little one, what's the least they'll sell you McNuggets?
I think it's like a 4 or
a
6.
4, yeah. 6, right?
But I never even heard of a 30-piece. I know there's a 20-piece. I know there's a 10-piece. I guess you can order 30. You can mix and match, but I never heard of a 30-piece.
Maybe this is something they're testing out in Iowa. This guy, if you order a 4 or a 6, they don't give you some sauce or something. You go, well, I probably got some in a drawer at home. But if you order a 30-piece, you might just have to tell them you're going to bomb them. Robert Goldwitzer had to plead guilty after calling it a bomb threat because they did not give him any dipping sauces with his 30-piece chicken McNuggets. Assistant manager said that the man who called the restaurant was irate and told them what the problem was. Wouldn't you check before? Maybe it was DoorDash or something. I don't know. This is in a Des Moines suburb. And he said that he was irate because he got no dipping sauces. Don't most people, you figure if you're ordering 30 chicken McNuggets, I'll go out on a limb here. If you're somebody who's prone to ordering 30 chicken McNuggets, you've probably done it before, and you probably are somebody that's got, everybody's got like random sauce packets. I bet you got some random spicy buffalo or something in a drawer.
I feel like every time I get nuggets, I'm going through the sauces.
You use them up?
I use them up. Because you can't seal them back up. And they're stingy with the sauces too. It's not like the old days where they just throw on a giant handful of sauces.
Now you have to ask? Or they limit them?
They limit them. So I think for a 20-piece, I think they give you 3 sauces, which doesn't seem
Well,
right.
what's the breakout? I haven't had chicken McNuggets in eons. What's the breakout? How many nuggets per thing of sauce? Like, I guess it depends on if somebody's a light dipper or a heavy dipper. Some
Yeah.
people scoop them.
Yeah, if you're a heavy dipper, you're getting maybe 4 nuggets. I think if you're a light dipper, you can probably stretch it to 6, maybe 8.
Well, this guy called the McDonald's all pissed off, and whoever answered the phone said that you can come back and get sauces. And the guy said, no, I'm going to blow up the store and punch you in the face.
Well, you should probably change the order
I assume
around.
not in that order?
Yeah.
Well, he's not very good at ordering.
So it is on him. You put
Part of
on
it.
him.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because you check the bag. Hey, there's no sauces. Right? They're always going to screw you at the drive-thru.
You always got to check for the sauce.
Check for the
You gotta
sauce.
check the order.
Whatever it is.
They're
check.
busy. They got a lot going on. You just take 2 seconds, open the bag, and a sauce check is the quickest check because you just need to. I mean, you can almost feel if the sauces are in the bag.
Yeah. When the cop showed up, he said that he had gone to McDonald's and the staff had gotten his order wrong, and he was very upset. And he told somebody, "I hope somebody blows your building up." And, well, basically what he said, and punches you in the face. He told the cops that he had no intention of blowing up the McDonald's because, quite frankly, they're the ones giving him all the nuggets.
Yeah, that's where
It seems
goes.
like you're just working against yourself if the place where you like to get food, you tell them you're going to blow it up. Because then you're going to have to find another. And you know how hard it is to find a McDonald's location? You've got to go a couple of miles in another direction.
Yeah. He's a little hangry. It happens to the best of us. You want your chicken nuggets. You want your sauce. You don't want to eat dry nuggets. You know, especially 30 dry nuggets. Whoa.
But
That's no
imagine,
good.
so many situations that can be avoided by just taking a breath, taking a second, taking a breath.
Just a little anger management.
Something. I know there are a lot of people aren't prone to that, but it's nothing that's beyond anyone, right? Even if you're somebody who just gets worked up from the jump. I know there's a lot of people like that. It's got to be an awful way to live. But if you just take half a second,
but that's why
just take a breath, man.
It is an awful way to live. That's why things like dipping sauces are so important to that person, because every moment of their life is pretty miserable. So then it gets exacerbated by not getting the dipping sauce. And especially if you're at home, I might not have dipping sauces, but I'll have some barbecue sauce or some ranch. I'll make do. Like, I probably won't go back to the store to get it, but I'll be all right with whatever barbecue sauce or whatever I have in my fridge. This guy must not have had anything.
2 sauces per 10 nuggets is what they'll give you, someone says.
Okay. I always feel like when you get the 20-piece, they always hold back and only give you 3.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he meant he was going to blow up their bathroom. Now, see, that if he had been quick on his feet, that would have been a great explanation. No, I'm sorry, officer. I meant I was going to blow up their bathroom. I was going to come back.
Which is not a crime.
And it's not. It should be. That should absolutely be prosecuted.
As long as you're a customer.
Yeah.
You can go in there and blow it up.
Alan, I'm in Salt Lake City, and one of those housewives showed me her boobs in the bathroom of a bar once. There you go. Do you watch Housewives of Salt Lake City, Poundcake?
I don't watch any of the Housewives shows.
Okay, because somebody texted me and said that one of those girls is married to her step-grandfather.
Whatever texture that is, which girl?
Yeah, I don't watch any of those. I like Bob Wives and I like Basketball Wives. All the Housewives shows.
Oh, you don't watch any of those Housewives shows?
No. I know who the characters are because they do other endeavors on TV, but I don't watch them. Just Basketball Wives and Mob Wives. And Mob Wives is defunct, so.
Alan, I overheard a conversation where a guy said, so-and-so, that's my uncle. I married his niece. And I looked and said, doesn't that make her your sister?
Uncle?
He looked at me like I was an absolute idiot. I still can't figure it out. Maybe by marriage? Relatives by marriage? I don't know.
What states can you marry your cousin? What?
Are you asking for a friend?
No.
All of them if you vote for me. I'll make it legal.
But I'm saying that they always say they're like,
a hot cousin.
that was the thing before gay marriage. It's like, oh, you can legally marry your cousin, but you can't marry, a guy. And I was like, where can you marry your cousin?
People can marry guys.
I'm talking about before gay marriage. People were saying,
yeah, there are people that can marry guys before gay marriage. Women.
Well, every state has something along those lines. Whether or not you can, whether it's legal to marry a first cousin, whether or not a lot of states require sterility to marry a cousin.
Oh, like you can't
procreate. Yeah. Like in Ohio, you can't marry a first cousin.
Now what?
But it does allow sexual relations or cohabitation. So you can do what you would normally want to do with a cousin, you just can't make it legal.
You can have sex with a cousin?
You can have sex with anyone.
Of
age.
No, I'm saying, like, you can have sex with your mom legally?
I mean, everybody else has.
Boom!
It's a Monday. I needed that. Mother, she does have a thing for you, Bill.
Mother!
So I'm triggered. Slightly.
I don't know. I mean, incest is illegal.
Yeah, well, that's
but
what
I think that refers to the nuclear family.
Watch all the rednecks are gonna call like, listen, I married my cousin, ain't nothing happened.
I don't know why people think that's limited to people living in the sticks. There's plenty of people in the cities who are probably banging a relative or something. They're just one subway stop away.
I'm just saying, marrying their cousin?
Well, marriage is a completely different thing. Having sex with someone won't always get you in trouble. So that's why some people we know, they know chapter and verse, age of consent, statutory rape laws. Some people
they're like this. I can tell you that.
That's right.
The chapter. So I don't even know. I mean, this is how oblivious I am. I don't know what makes somebody a first, second, or third cousin. Like, I don't know how that works. So if my mom's...
You have them race.
A first cousin is like your mom's sister's child.
Okay, so what's a second cousin? It's
I think above that. Yeah, so like once removed is... I get confused because my family is so small. I should ask my wife. She has a huge Polish family, but...
Because what is a cousin of a cousin? Like...
I think
that might be cousin. One removed. Yeah.
Because I'm saying I have cousins that are related. I have cousins that it's their cousin, but not my cousin. I was like, how is that possible? Wouldn't it be my cousin?
Say hello to your Uncle Daddy. My friend's dad married his second cousin here in Ohio. Yeah, I think the further out you get, the less legally reprehensible it's considered, or the more leeway there is.
I think most places second cousins are allowed.
I think further away you get from potentially having a waterhead baby, the less they care about it.
I wonder how that would be, like that wedding ceremony where you like walk up there and it's just like,
and there's only one side.
I was gonna say there's the bride's family and then here's the groom's family.
Are you on the bride's side or the groom's side? Yeah, yes. Whichever. Yes, correct.
Papa Squat.
That's what they called him, Papa Squat.
Yeah, Papa Squat.
Oh
yeah,
God.
Alan, you could marry a first cousin in Ohio in the 70s. An uncle of mine crossed over from West Virginia to marry his first cousin in 1976. There's a lot to unpack there. Again, with all of the people in the world, it just amazes me that people are relegated to, yeah, she's right there. I mean, she's cute.
You got to think of the
first
bubbles,
cousin.
The bubbles that people live in, and especially if you're from a more rural area.
You're like, she's really hot,
That might be all you got.
My cousin April has the biggest jugs in the school, and everyone knows her, so everyone else is going to try and lay her. Why not me?
All of my texts right now are confusing because half of them are about marrying your cousin. The other half are how many sauces you get with a 20-piece McNugget.
You get 3, by the way.
Rudy Giuliani married his cousin.
I thought
that's a famous case, yeah. Didn't Jerry Lee Lewis marry a cousin?
Yeah, like his underage
his 14-year-old cousin, Winona Ryder.
Poundcake said it's 3 for a 20-piece. It is 3 for a 20-piece.
I know, because I get 2 for a 10-piece.
Yeah.
Talk to a fat person who eats out
but that's what
on a
I'm
regular
saying.
basis.
It doesn't carry over because you get 2 for a 10-piece, but you only get 3 for a 20-piece, and that's the math that they do on that is enraging because you should get an extra sauce. You should get 4 for a 20-piece.
Yeah, they're stingy. They're not going to give you 4 sauces.
Roy Wood Jr. has a great bit on it about nugget sauce.
I remember this because he said he
did it at
he was
Wendy,
opening for Wendy. Oh, Wendy is going through it right now.
Wendy Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Is she off the air still?
Yes.
Going through it, why? The Graves' disease, or what else was going on with her?
Well, she brought her show back. Like, I'll be back October 8th, and then she didn't come back. And
what was her last issue? I know we talked about it.
It's not October 8th yet.
But no, she said, I'll be back October 8th, and then they pushed it back. So now she said, I'll be back October 18th.
Do you say October? Like awkward? October?
October.
Okay.
But no, she had a breakthrough case of COVID, and then she's been drinking all the time, and she said she was real lonely, so she got tested to make sure she's, like, competent.
Alan, with cousins, the removal is the generation. Your cousin's kid is a first cousin once removed.
Cousin's kid.
Your kid, what?
That's what I'm saying. It's confusing.
I mean, I know what the answer is. I just don't recall how it all lays out. I didn't think it was your cousin's kid. Your first cousin is your parents' sibling's child.
Yes.
So second cousin would be that cousin's child?
I was going to say, because your mom has to have a cousin, and then that would be their child.
A second cousin is your parents' first cousin.
Okay, that makes sense.
Anyway, this is why the law looks much more favorably on people that are third and fourth cousins down the road. Alan, my aunt married her first cousin and had 3 kids. I always wondered why their dad kept coming to family reunions even though they weren't married anymore. There you go.
Whoa.
Cousin with a dad that owns a McDonald's, you get that sauce dowry. There you go. How about that? Show him your teeth, honey. Yeah, I mean, that's why they call them blue bloods. You know, when royalty would only marry within the family because they kept that blood blue. Just the family tree was a stump. Now, something to think about, I guess. There's been a lot of talk, after that Facebook whistleblower. I think Facebook and Instagram are still down.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
Big deal right now.
Well, because
what are people going to do? They're going to have to talk to each other in their house.
Yes. Or just Twitter.
But after this Facebook whistleblower was talking about kind of the inner workings. Again, we talked to this at the top of the show. The details might be interesting, but there's nothing shocking about it. Whoa, Facebook chose money over public service. But they are having all kinds of hearings in Congress about tech companies and things like that. And they really need, I can only assume that the staffs and the aides of senators are much younger. And I would certainly hope more savvy about these tech platforms. They really need to start and I know these people allegedly have a lot on their plate. They need to start giving these senators on these committees just a 1 or 2 sheet about how these tech platforms work, because these are the people who are trying to regulate social media, but they don't understand how it works. And so there's this video going around of Richard Blumenthal, who's a Democrat from Connecticut, and he's trying to, anytime these people get somebody in front of them, either in person or on Zoom, they try to make a big show of looking tough or whatever. And Richard Blumenthal is not normally one of those guys, but he clearly doesn't understand how these platforms work. And I wish that he had people that work in his office get him hip to this before he says things like, will you commit to ending Finsta? And if you have a kid, Finsta is not a product. It's short for fake Instagram.
Yeah.
Like your kid has their public Instagram and then one that like their friends are on so they can post pictures of them.
They're
like
burner ones.
Yeah, burner Instagram account. Yeah. There's Rinsta and then you got your Finsta. Yeah. And Facebook's safety chief, because that's the company that owns Instagram, had to explain to him that that's not a thing, that's slang, and he didn't seem to be getting it.
He really can't wrap his head around it. But they did end it today.
Well, I have to think they ended the Finstas.
Well, they ended all of Facebook and Instagram.
Oh, yeah,
today.
they ended all of it, yeah. Yeah, but again, with any of these platforms, I have to assume that, like, they pay attention to what the kids do with it.
Yeah.
And then just go, okay, well, we're going to make Facebook Premium or Instagram Private or, whatever.
Right, yeah.
But Blumenthal didn't have a good showing.
I think that's why they ended up doing the Instagram stories with the close friends.
Yeah.
will you commit to ending Finsta?
Senator, again, let me explain. We don't actually do Finsta. What Finsta refers to is young people setting up accounts where they may want to have more privacy. You refer to it as privacy from their parents. What in my interaction with teens, what I found is that they sometimes like to have an account where they can interact just with a smaller group of
private from their parents. It's 1,000% private from their parents.
But also like within a click. So it's like if we were to have we have our group chat. If we were to do that on Instagram, that and maybe add a few other people.
Sure.
in. So
that's an element of it, but I guarantee it's 95%. So your parents don't see what's going on.
Well,
Instagram.
yeah, but I mean
But that's a function of being a kid,
right?
Of friends.
Well, Finsta is one of your.
Actually,
Finsta is one of your products or services. We're not talking here about Google or Apple. It's Facebook, correct?
Finsta is slang for a type of account.
Okay,
It's
will
not-
you
it's
end
not
that type of account?
I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're asking. What I can say is that based on what we've seen in terms of teens.
Yeah, they were kind of at cross purposes there. And again, it's not the biggest deal, but I would just think that, he's 75. I mean, I would just think that if these people are trying to make legal decisions on these platforms, you're going to want to have like some kids in your office look this over. Give it to your grandkid and go, hey, before I have to talk to this Facebook person tomorrow, get me hip to what's going on there. Because there are a couple of these dudes that are really plugged into what's going on. Like they know. He's not one of them.
Yes. And I think even her trying to explain it to him, he's so far out that just the idea of like a other account, like he doesn't understand that people have more than one account. And it's not a product of Facebook. It's slang for a different kind of Instagram. And he just hears that and goes, oh, so there's this other. He thinks it's like a subset of Instagram and not just slang for, I got another account to, tell secrets and keep it from my parents.
Twitter is loving life right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because everyone and their mother is on Twitter.
Hey, what's this?
Yeah.
This is a new thing.
People are like, somebody tweeted, Facebook has been out for 60 minutes. And, everybody's making jokes about it. But people are on Twitter like, hey, everybody, welcome to Twitter.
You can tell who's new on Twitter because they instantly hashtag everything. And those people annoy the hell out of me.
Why?
Because they don't have to hashtag everything.
Oh, well, Mary does that. And that's just for people who are trying to get their posts found, right? They're like, hashtag fit life, hashtag photograph.
But these are for people who didn't know.
Yeah.
These people didn't know what a hashtag was. They're like, oh, so I do the pound key and then a word. And they're like.
Octothorpe.
It's like, hashtag just learning this. Like,
Oh, I see what you mean.
It's people, they're just like, hashtag is this what the kids use?
Honestly, that sounds like people on the show The Circle.
Yeah.
Where they'll just make up a hashtag.
Yeah. Circle. Message to hashtag haha, hashtag I'm loving this.
Hashtag Facebook is still out. Yeah. Hashtag what am I going to do?
Where's my sauces? I'm open
Hashtag can I date my cousin?
Hashtag I'm new here.
Hashtag is that incest?
Okay, listen, I've got to take a break. I'm late here. If you want to get a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for the other stuff, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
0 hour. 9 a.m. And I'm gonna be high. As a kite by then. Oh, miss the earth so much. I miss my wife.
I don't know how the audience kept their composure while this was happening, by the way. The famous William Shatner doing his rendition of Rocket Man. I think on the Oscars or something. It was Bernie Taupin playing the music. And they just let Shatner go. He's up there in a tux, smoking a cigarette, singing Elton John. I think. Or did Elton John cover this song? It's hard to keep him straight.
I think he wrote this song.
Oh, did he?
I mean...
You think Elton John covered William Shatner? Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
1978, he did Rocket Man. They're going to send William Shatner into space. I assume they're going to bring him back. But Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin rocket will carry William Shatner into space.
Is he going to real space or just like
low Earth orbit?
Low Earth orbit.
I assume the same thing that Bezos did, because none of these guys have technically been to space. But they've been higher than any of us have been.
I don't know about that. I've been pretty high before.
William Shatner is 90 years old. We were talking about how good Sammy Hagar looks for 74. I think Shatner looks good for 90.
He does.
They've been talking about this for a while. They did a bit on SNL called Star Trek Ego Quest, and it was just all the billionaires in space. The Blue Origin rocket, that's the one shaped like a penis, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And people go, well, all rockets are shaped like penises.
Those ones like
they're all phallic shaped. This one's got like a mushroom head on it or something.
And balls. Looks like balls.
I didn't see that, but William Shatner said that he will blast off from West Texas on Tuesday. It's never too late to experience new things, he says. He's going to go up in the next Blue Origin flight. And there are people, by the way, on the inside. There was a story pretty recently about the people who work for Amazon and this Blue Origin company. They're like, I wouldn't go up in that thing. They're like, these guys are they got toys and they want to play with them up there. And it went up, and Bezos and his brother and somebody else who paid a lot of money, they're up there. And then they come back down and everything's fine. And they're like, I wouldn't go up there. I wouldn't go up in that thing. William Shatner will become the oldest person ever in space.
What about Space Cowboys?
You mean like the Steve Miller Band?
No, like the movie with
Clint Eastwood and Tommy Lee Jones?
Yeah, how old were they in that movie?
They were old.
Maybe not.
But
90,
I don't think they went to space.
I don't think they were 90. I think they went to space. Or I guess they. Yeah, probably just a movie. Good point. Wasn't that based on real old guys or no?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Space Cowboys, the movie. It was Clint Eastwood, James Garner. So 2000, that movie's 21 years old. Tommy Lee Jones, Donald Sutherland. Yeah, right? They were the only ones who could save the space program. And so they go back up.
How are we going to save the space program? Do you know any racist people? I do!
I think only Clint Eastwood is on record as... of course, I don't know. I can't get a vibe on Clint Eastwood. Everybody really busts that guy's balls because when he was talking to that empty chair.
Remember when that was a wild thing in politics?
That was a wild thing, yeah.
But that seems so tame compared to what we've been through in the
past
all tame.
4
or 5 years.
Yeah, it's all tame. I was reading about Todd Aiken. Does that name ring a bell to you? Todd Aiken was this guy who was running. He had a pretty safe seat in suburban St. Louis. He's from Missouri. And he decided he wants to run for Senate. He wants to go to the big show. This is 2012 because Romney and Obama were running against each other. And Todd Aiken is this guy who makes a comment saying that women's bodies can fight back against, quote, legitimate rape.
Yes.
Todd Aiken was the guy who became known as the legitimate rape guy. That was basically his whole legacy, for better or worse.
What is legitimate rape?
That's a great question. Nobody knew what the hell he was talking about. Yeah. Todd Aiken died. He was 75 years old. I didn't see what he died from.
He legitimately died.
He legitimately died, yeah. But this was the guy, when you cast your mind back almost 10 years ago, this ended the guy's career, was the whole legitimate rape thing, because everybody came out. This was back when saying something ridiculous ended your career, to your point. Now you fundraise on all the crazy stuff you say.
You're like, oh, you're not going to cancel me.
Yeah, if you're Matt Gaetz, who's allegedly a sex trafficker, or Marjorie Taylor Greene, any of these nutty right-wingers, you fundraise on all the crazy crap you say. But 20 years ago, this basically sunk Todd Aiken. Of course, he apologized for saying it because that's what they told him to do. And then he wrote a book and he said, I retract my apology.
Oh, jeez.
So, these guys, he's at the time said that women's bodies have a way of avoiding pregnancy in cases of legitimate rape, was his comment. So at that time, the latest in a long, long line of guys who don't know how women's bodies work. I didn't see what he died from, but that's basically what that guy was known for. I don't know what he did before or after, but he was known as the legitimate rape guy. And that pretty much put a stake through the heart of his campaign at the time. He was asked during an interview by a St. Louis television station during his campaign if he supported allowing abortions for women who've been raped. And he said that from what I understand from doctors, such pregnancies are really rare. Again, I don't know what that means. Rape is not a rare thing. He said if it's a legitimate rape, the female body has ways to try to shut that whole thing down. And people, including Mitt Romney, were like, what the hell are you talking about?
What are you doing, dude?
And 2 years later, he published a book in which he retracted his public apology. So he dug in on legitimate rape. But he was a devout Christian, which tells you all you need to know about his thoughts on that topic. But yeah, Todd Aiken died. But when you were talking about Clint Eastwood talking to the chair, it reminded me of Todd Aiken. But William Shatner will be the oldest person in space at 90 when he goes up next week. And hopefully everything goes well. Could you imagine living to 90 and then something goes wrong on the Blue Origin rocket? Like, imagine if that's how William Shatner dies, is the rocket blows up.
Kind of an awesome way to go.
It'd be an amazing way to go.
Kind of amazing. Yeah, I think it's cool. Like, if I'm 90 and I die going into space, I'd be like, yeah, it's all right.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Clooney did it. In Gravity, you'll be okay.
I'm just going to watch it tonight.
Also this week in Jesus, Pat Robertson is stepping down as the daily host of the 700 Club.
Is he going to space too?
Not that I know of. No, he would. I don't know that he would be the oldest person in space. How old is Pat Robertson? He's been doing that. He's America's longest running television host. He's been doing the 700 Club for 60 years.
Jeez.
And he said he's moving on to new project, which I assume means sitting in a chair and doing nothing.
Getting a casket. He's 91. What's your next project?
New project.
Like, dude, just retire. You can just not do a project.
You've got money. You own the platform.
You worked for 60 years, Pat. Take a little break.
Yeah, so he announced the day of that it would be his final day as the host of the 700 Club. This was a few days ago, I think maybe Friday.
And you know who the new host is? Mike Richards.
Jeopardy! Mayim Bialik will be here next week.
For the special ones.
There you go. And then Aaron Rodgers. And he said, my replacement will be my very capable son, Gordon, who will take over. I guarantee this is the first time anyone's heard of Gordon Robertson. Hey, guys, it's Gordon Robertson. Welcome to the 700 Club.
Who's probably also like 70.
Yeah, my very capable son, Gordon.
65-year-old.
He's a young whippersnapper. Yeah. He's going to bring a fresh new energy here. You know, he was born in 1950, and boy, Pat Robertson says he wants to devote his energy, what little there is left of it, to helping train and equip members of the students at Regent University. I guess that's his college.
Yeah, son's 63.
So, yeah, but if you've watched, we've played clips over the years of crazy crap Pat Robertson has said, but if you've seen him, and every once in a while he he would manage to surprise you too with something he said. Something that was seemingly more
I think he was pretty pro-vaccine. He's like, why aren't people getting vaccinated?
Yeah. So, yeah, he was kind of on his own little island over there because he owned the network. So he didn't have to go like crazy right-wing. I mean, insofar as like the Jesus stuff, hurricanes caused by gays, whatever. But he could kind of do what he wanted to do. But if you've seen him recently, you're like, oh my God, they're propping this man up. Like they need to get him off television. But he's been doing it for a long time. 60 years. CBN was the first Christian television network in the country in 1960. And they started the 700 Club in 1966. And he has interviewed most of the presidents since then.
What does the 700 Club mean? What 700 of what?
$700 to get yourself
into heaven.
Into heaven, yes.
That's a bargain. I would do that. I would pay the $700 if it guaranteed my spot. Even though I know it's nonsense, just to cover my base, I'd be like, "Yeah, here's $700."
Right. Yeah, I don't know what the 700 Club. I'm sure the 700 Club was inspired by a telethon during which Mr. Robertson asked 700 viewers to pledge $10 a month to support the network.
And he built it from there.
There you go. 1963 telethon.
So it's just Patreon.
Well, there was a, I guess a longtime co-host of this show died a few years ago. Some guy that used to do the show with Pat Robertson died a few years ago, 82. But so Pat Robertson is stepping down.
I like how he can't just say like, I'm like David Lee Roth's like, I'm retiring. And Pat Robertson's like, I'm stepping down, but I got other things I'm doing.
Other things I want to do.
Still working.
Well, because if you're
lazy.
if that's Pat Robertson, if you are the figurehead for the whole enterprise, you got to make people think you're still out there. They're going to wheel you out for telethons and things. If you're the face of the thing.
You can do that as a retired person, though. You can just say like, hey, I'm 91.
I'm going to go fish.
This for 60 years.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
What more do you want from me?
I got to start a podcast, the Pat Robertson podcast.
Yeah. He's hosting a new weight loss show called The 700 Chub. Hey-up. I was also displeased or just kind of disappointed to hear about this couple. Play a little clip here, but this couple buys a house in suburban D.C., not knowing that they bought the house that inspired The Exorcist. There was supposedly William Peter Blatty was the guy who wrote The Exorcist, the book that became the worldwide phenomenon movie.
It was inspired by a house? No, the house didn't matter in that.
Well, there was a house in...
Maybe some of the decorations, but not the house.
No, there was a house in Cottage City, Maryland, just outside D.C., and the story that inspired The Exorcist was allegedly this kid in the 40s who was supposedly possessed by a demon. That was the story. And it was in this house. And these people buy it not knowing that had inspired whatever. And they're like, we're not worried. But I would like for them to say, when can people just go, we're not worried because demonic possession is nonsense. It's made up. They didn't do that. They were like, well, demons aren't attached to locations. They're attached to people. What? You got a house. You got a good price.
You're trying to get some equity out of it. And demons, how do you find out that demons are connected to people in the?
I guess I don't know. Somebody
did the
told
demons
them
tell you that?
I don't know.
A realtor called us and told us we got it. I Googled it, and that I think I screamed.
I think we definitely looked up whether or not a prior possession was an escape cause from a house under contract and realized that it wasn't.
Honestly, the first thing I thought was, oh God, this is going to tank our resale value. And then the next thought I had was, maybe I better rewatch that, start learning more about what it is that we just bought. And also, I had no idea that was even based on a real story. I feel somewhat ridiculous even saying this, but thinking about it and thinking about how it was a demonic possession was like, well, demons don't usually attach themselves to houses. And, my house has odds of a demonic possession that are just as equal as anybody else's house. And to me, that was always the scariest part of the movie The Exorcist, is that this could happen to anybody.
She really threw me for a loop because they sounded like reasonable people. They were like, oh, it's funny. It's kind of silly. And then she's like, oh, this could happen to anybody. Demonic possession. I thought these people were going to be like, no, are we worried? No, because that's all made up.
Yeah, well, if anything, we want to, get a little bit of money back. Like, I would play it that way. I'd be like,
yes.
Oh, yeah, well, you're covering all the closing costs because of the demons. But other than that,
yeah,
we got a deal.
We need a better interest rate, because of the demons. We'd like the demon rate, please.
On account of the demons.
The demons.
Your mother's in here with his cars. Would you like to leave a message? I see that she gets it.
If that's true, then you must know my mother's maiden name. What is it?
I mean, just the cleaning bills alone from all the vomit and everything, and all of the blood and the menses.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! And the poop. I don't remember poop in The Exorcist, but there had to have been poop, right?
There's probably some poop.
Oh, there had to have been poop.
The poop word that starts
She was
with an
pretty
S.
careless with that cross. So
Yes,
with
with all the bodily fluids, I can't imagine that the demons would exempt poop. S word that means poop.
S word for poop.
S word for poop. That was the name of that Exorcist sequel. Didn't do much, but I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
It's the
again tomorrow, right around 2 o'clock. What do you got coming up, William?
You can check out The Bill Squire Show on YouTube or iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcasts. And if you could throw it a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts, I would appreciate that. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. And a new show starting up weekly, stand-up show at High and Dry, October 28th. That's going to be an 8 p.m. show. It's going to be free admission, so you just come in and enjoy some laughs.
In Tremont.
Yep.
Poundcake?
Just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram.
All right, cool. Thanks, gang. You'll find me out there at Alan Cox Show. Anything you missed today, the show is available for your enjoyment, or lack thereof. Who knows? On the iHeartRadio app. Week in Cox is also available in podcast form as well. That's just 2 hours of the best stuff from the week that airs live on MMS Sunday mornings, but it's in podcast too. And if you want to watch the show, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And that's it. Oh, and you can leave a message anytime you like. After hours line 216-986-8903. If you need Alan Cox Show stickers of any kind, you can always shoot me an email. And that's it. Rachel Elliott after 6:30, so minutes away there. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow, right around